Check, 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 check. One audio check, ladies and gentlemen. And I can hear myself.
You should. Why is my picture? Oh, you froze. You're frozen. I want to start taking pictures of this every day.
Check, 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 check. Okay, let's get this thing going, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for bearing with us here while we get started. Good morning, everybody. We'll be with you in just a moment. Running late today. In the Central Time Zone today. Otherwise known to some of you people as Eastern Standard Time now. I swear, Pedro, nobody can get that right on the internet anymore. And for those of us that have lived in the counties of Indiana that don't do summertime, that whole EST in the summer screws everything up. And it was only a few years ago that Microsoft fixed it in the clock on your computer.
You know what's interesting? What I hear right now?
What's that?
The smallest violin in the world with a glass of wine. A big glass of wine. All in love, though.
All right, why is this not saying we're live on Rumble? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get this off the screen here.
It's so crazy.
Trying to work around through technical snafus. We're trying to go with Rumble here as our lead content delivery group here, and it's not working so well. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to DYOR Live. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking, here in the digital media universe. So glad to be hosting another episode of this wild and crazy show here on April 2nd, 2025. As always, my co-host Pedro Garcia in the house. Pedro, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Good to be here again. How you doing, Tom?
Good. Today is Trump's Tariff Freedom Liberation Day, or whatever you want to call it. And today is the day that we find out what the markets are thinking about Trump's tariffs. Obviously, I always sit up here and preach that the markets price everything into the price of everything well in advance. But there's always lots of FOMO and lots of reactions to what Mr. Trump has to say. I should say President Trump has to say. And he's going to be speaking to the nation at 4 this afternoon Eastern Daylight Time. Yes, the smallest violin. And we'll see how the markets do with that. So we're going to be talking about that on and off today. With what else is going on in the market. So I have my great comment machine going. I do think I do.
While he's doing that, the actual markets, at least the S&P 500, which is the 500 largest stocks in the United States, are actually liking it. Their price is actually going up today. So I don't know. Now, every time we've seen Trump talk about tariffs, we have seen the market sell off. The S&P 500 sell off even more We see gold go up, right? And over the last few days, we've actually seen gold kind of drop on Tuesday, or at least kind of pivot. And today, gold is going up. Again, it's about to create a new all-time high here in a few minutes. And what's interesting is watching it play off the way it's playing off here is it's kind of a mixed signal, right? The governments of the world don't like it, and so they can actually deploy income to, well, kind of back themselves up with buying gold. But also at the same time, I mean, Trump is actually, it did put in a new all-time high on the futures market here. So
Very
yeah,
interesting. Very interesting. What is the gold market anticipating that we are not?
Well, it's moving up, but then at the same time, we're also watching the S&P 500 go up as well. So the last few days, the S&P 500 has been pushing up. Let's check out here real quick. And I have to admit, if he can pull this off, and if he can get jobs to get here and to stay here in America, this is where it's everything hinges on him getting jobs here,
right?
Getting manufacturing here. If he cannot pull that off, everything else will complete. The rest of the world, everything will fall apart, because America is going to fall apart. And people don't understand this, especially other countries who literally lived off the tit of America. What's up, Crypto Mike? Good to see you. And I'm not trying to be rude here, but it's just, we know this because you guys charge us a ton of tariffs. America doesn't charge tariffs. And so it's been cool, one, because we've had the dominance of the dollar, which has been kind of an equalizer, but we're watching the US dollar drop. And now that the US dollar is dropping and the rest of the world is kind of coming back, you guys want the cake, and you guys want to be able to eat it as well. And so Trump is trying to say, hey, look, we can't do that, because if we keep doing this, America's debt is going to balloon out of craziness, and the debt is important. Now, right now, the way it sits, we're about 120% above. But because we're accruing that debt over $1 trillion a quarter, once the debt gets to 60 trillion as of today, or actually about $70 trillion as of today's amount, then it will go boom. And that is roughly, literally, about 5 to 10 years from now, because it's accruing at $1 trillion. And so even though our GDP is remotely kind of going up, it is not going up at the pace of the debt. And this is the biggest issue. And so for the world to really understand, like, if you want America to go belly up, then we just keep going. We don't charge you tariffs. We keep being more of the service provider instead of the manufacturing provider of the world. And it's a big deal. And I don't, right now, the Democrats and a lot of liberals and even some Republicans, right, can't see straight on this. And it's a scary thing. And I think those Republicans now that we're watching, right, I was looking at this poll, and these are new Republicans that are Democrats, more central Democrats, and now become Republican because of the last administration stance on transgenderism. It's this kind of weird fight that's actually going on. So anyways, go ahead, bud.
I was wondering where you're going with that. All of a sudden we're into transgenders and
well, I mean, the only real reason, I mean, literally, I call him the common sense liberal, right? My friend, he goes, the only reason why I stopped voting Dem and voted for Trump was literally because I couldn't stomach transgenderism. Like, them mutilating little kids under the age of 18. Like, even little kids, right? We saw a few of these cases actually happen in California. And so it's kind of saddening that it had to get to that point where people are like, you're effing crazy. Kids can't even buy cigarettes, you know? I can't even buy a cigarette. You can't even, drink alcohol. You got to be 21, but yet you're going to let them change their sex. And so this was a big deal for a lot of Democrats because they were sitting there going, we can't get behind that, and the idea of just blowing out. It was the All In podcast that said they were talking about, and many of those guys were literally, Democrats, lifelong Democrats. They were Silicon Valley Democrats, by the way. And they just talked about just how, from a fiscal standpoint, it was silly. And they said, most Democrats are fiscally conservative and socially liberal. This was a common theme, and this is how we saw it. But the liberalism within the Democrat Party went extremely excessive from a fiscal standpoint, and you couldn't sustain it.
We'll use the word whack jobs.
Or whack job, right? So it's just kind of crazy. Let's check out Bitcoin as we move here, because we are a crypto show, not a news show, which I always forget. So we came through. I was saying we're going to find some resistance against here, but sure enough, we sold off to this morning. I'll just show you here. We sold off into the evening here, as you guys see, sell off. Boom. Here was where was it? Boom, right here. Sell off, and then we went up. And so you can see here the market at Tuesday. We're here Wednesday. Sorry. Here we go. We saw the sell off here, and then we saw the rally here. So that was the demand wick that was created. Now we're going up. We're coming into this area here of that 90,000 to 88,000 area here. We're going to see if this is going to hold again. It has been traded, and so this is not a fresh zone. So I'm assuming, just because fresh zones are the ones that react the most, either we're going to see a reaction and then a blow through this, or a simple blow through. If Trump really kind of quells the market and says, all right, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it. And again, I think it's so important for him to really explain, not just to make lambastic statements at 2 o'clock, but really explain like what they did on the All In podcast. And if you guys haven't looked at the All In podcast, it's a podcast of basically like, I think 5 or 6 billionaires, but they really talk about, and every one of these guys are self-made. They're self-made millionaires. Every one of them started either middle class or poor or immigrants, right? Or first generation dreamers, right? So they came over and they basically say, all right, look, I got into school. I figured out economics. From a social standpoint, I'm definitely liberal, or more liberal than conservative, right? But majority of those guys are kind of centralist. And you have like a centralist left, a centralist right. It's actually refreshing to hear their communication. It's actually kind of similar to how I hear Tom Bailu communicate about certain circumstances, right? Like he can say left, he can stay right. He's not pigeonholed into a tribe mentality, whether you're red or blue, right? So I like that, because I want to be able to hear the full story. If anybody has ever seen me on X or seen me in other social platforms where I'm on stage speaking, I'm always saying, tell me the full story, tell me all the facts, right? Give me the full thing so we can actually talk about the real issue, instead of talking about just one significant issue and certain pockets, certain points within that issue. So it's one of those things. We got a new viewer. What's up, Danny Levesque? Levesque.
It's French.
No, Levesque.
He might have watched our show before. I remember going through this with the Levesque name.
Yes, it probably is. Actually, now you just ring a bell. Yeah. What's up, Danny? How you doing, brother?
Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yes.
Because he panics about his stock market shares. Maybe Danny might be behind a few minutes in the show. Oh, no, he's not. Yes. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Levesque. Usually I'm broadcasting from Ottawa, Ontario, and in Ottawa, being right on the border of Quebec. We have a lot of Levesques. It's one of the few French words I can pronounce correctly. Most of the French names I just butcher. I was like, no. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for you viewers, thank you very much. Make sure you like and share this wonderful broadcast. But it is the American Freedom Day, as we call it here. I should say, as Mr. Trump calls it. And apparently every American is now just going to be super wealthy, and we're going to actually get rid of income taxes because tariffs will solve all of those problems. So we're celebrating. I got my baseball shirts on because even though Toronto has a baseball team, and Japan and Cuba and all these places have baseball teams. Baseball is American. Dang nabbit. And so it's America Day. Got the Cubbies jersey out. The Cubbies are starting off terrible season. And got the America hat on. Oh, I don't have the sound effects up. Oh, darn it. Crypto Mike just calls it fuckery day.
Honestly, man, it all depends. And here's the part that's kind of cool. Once America kind of gets stuff back in order over the next 4 to 10 years, if this thing can keep continuing and we start to see it going, we again will be able to help the world. This is where it's like the world is like, you're taking away our pacifier, right? Like, and I use it as a pacifier for a reason. Money to quail you, to make the world saying, oh, okay, right? And we're saying, look, we're taking it out, saying it's bad for you. It's bad for us as, kind of the world's policeman. We need to balance this budget. But in 4 to 10 years, once things are back to normal, we can again start our implosion or explosion of the debt again, which I don't think it's going to go away. It's not, I just don't think it's going to happen.
How can it possibly go away? I mean, we have to,
right.
It'll take a long time to pay this off and a lot of austerity.
No, it can happen in 10 years. If we do what we're doing and we bring in what's happening, it could happen within about 10 years. It could happen within 5 to 10 years. Like I saw this guy talking about it, and he goes on and goes, all right, look, if this actually happens, okay, you create income coming in over a long period of, like I said, long period of time in America, that's 10 years. Whereas most countries, that's America. Right? Like, this is the thing. Like, it can go back to you guys living off of our tit, but we've got to stop the poison so it's killing you, or it's killing us, and you're nibbling off on it. And sooner or later, you're going to be affected as well, and the rest of the world doesn't understand that because they think that we're just... And I understand what Trump... And this guy explained it. I forget the guy's name. He was actually really good. He was on X. The guy's actually a New York Democrat, but no longer. He's a common sense Democrat, as I call him now. But
I just call him Jim.
It's not, you guys, I want people to go listen to this guy because this guy is legitimately good. Like he's legitimately good. He knows what he's talking about, and people need to go and listen to it because the guy spent almost 40 plus years in the finance world. It's his world. He understands Bassett. He understands that Bassett's a legit dude. And it's really kind of like what needs to happen in America. America. Yeah, there you go. Where's it at? Boom.
I cannot edit anything going on today. I need to go buy a new computer. Can't do this any longer.
You just can't do it. That's his name, David Levinson. He's on. If you guys, this is the guy I'm gonna show you guys here. This is the guy here. Go check this guy out. He does a financial lesson literally every day. It's actually pretty dope, and he talks about it in details. He goes into, and he spends 2-3 hours every day talking about what Trump's plan is and what he's trying to do, and how it's really the financial smart thing to do. He's not 100%. He's not a Trumper, but he gets what Trump is trying to do and going, yeah, this is kind of need to do what he's doing. He would change some of the rhetoric in which he's delivering it, but he goes, but ultimately, like, it we kind of need to do what we're doing, and he's not a Trumper, but he gets it.
Hey, Mike comments, are you really telling me that the tariffs are for his own good, the Canadians' good, or the other good? In the big picture, getting rid of the U.S. debt or paying it down a lot is good for the whole world.
Absolutely, because
that's what we're saying. It's a very long-term thing, and it's not just the tariffs. The concept is we need to reduce our debt. Thus, the Doge effect in getting rid of government spending, and Trump trying to figure out ways to raise more money to pay that debt down.
Rashid, what's up, Rashid? And I think that's really important to understand. It's that it's almost like we're ripping off the Band-Aid and we're going through and we're cleaning a bunch of stuff. And not just tariffs, but it is the large scheme that he's trying to set up. Because again, what does America bring to Canada? Protection. Right? That's the biggest thing. We come through, we have a big ass army. And if somebody wants to F around, they're going to find out. If they want to mess with our little brother up north, we're going to go handle business. That's just the truth, right? Like, even though Trump says, nah, the reality is you mess with our little brother up, you're messing with us, right? That's just it. And the reality is we're now spending more money to the actual debt and paying interest. That interest payment alone is now more money than what we used to put into defense, to developing good defense.
Defense budget this year is $890 billion. $1 trillion our expense in interest.
Yeah, and so you don't understand. That was always, it was maybe a 1 to 3 ratio, 30%, 40%, but it's just jumped because of COVID and what happened there. And so that situation threw everything off. Now, I'm not saying it's the Canadians' fault. What Trump is trying to do is saying our house expense has gotten extremely blown out of proportion here. And what we need to do is we need to basically come in and mitigate house expenditures and then pay down this debt. Once we pay down this debt here, then we can go back to covering what we used to. But if we keep doing what we're doing, then we're going to go out of business. And the rest of the world is basically going to go, F you. China is going to come in. And I know that they absolutely love their people and have no human rights issues. They, obviously don't believe in indentured servitude, where they almost lock up religious people in camps.
What did I walk back into here?
Not that they do that, because they obviously don't do that. And Biden definitely did not say that in his 2020 debate with the Democratic Party. Okay, so because he didn't say that, say he would never partner with China for that specific reason, which I'm trying to get you to obviously sit there and say, oh yeah, he did. What is it? Probably pissing off some people. Good.
Just all of our viewership.
I am Rashid Malvi from India.
Ritesh is an old DYOR person from back in the day. Thanks for joining us, Ritesh.
Oh, what's up, Ritesh? How you doing? That's another one, man. India, you guys are playing some hard ball, but ultimately, like, you guys, I have to admit, India is legitly, people are, there you go. People are afraid of China, but the reality is India is, I think, a super powerhouse in the future here. You guys have, by the time 10 years, 15 years, you guys will be sitting at almost 2 billion people, population-wise.
They got to stop having sex over there. There's not enough land in India. It's
have more babies. I love India. I love it. If I would marry an Indian woman, absolutely.
Crypto Mike in the house saying Pierre for PM. We got a bunch of Canadians watching us today, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Levesque coming to us from, I'm guessing, Quebec. And Crypto Mike from Manitoba. Both of them on the Pierre. Now, as the American media calls him, Pierre Poliver instead of Polyev. Anyway, yes, he's the conservative leader and currently having a little difficult time with this election here. And the great state, behind the scenes state that runs Canada is turned on a dime and is pushing this other guy called Carney. And it's amazing how fast the great machine turned everybody to vote for this guy. Anyway, not going to go into that now. But
I think it was honestly, and I was listening to a guy, he's an economist, and he was talking about the reason why. It was Trump's rhetoric and how he was speaking to people that really made a lot of the world go, I don't know if we want that, right? And and so that's why Canada sat there and said a lot of the conservatives that are in Canada who were voting more for Pierre, or leaning towards Pierre, they heard the same type of rhetoric with that was going on with Trump, kind of being echoed through Pierre. And so the guy talks about how in Canada people are much more liberal, and like you said perfectly, that you have three parties, and 2 out of 3 parties are more liberal. One's crazy liberal and the other one's central liberal.
Yeah, one's
You have the
socialist,
conservative
socialist liberal.
Yeah.
The new Democrats, the NDP. They used to just be called the socialists. That they get such bad press having the name socialist in it. They just, well, we're new Democrats. Suddenly they're popular. People are like, yeah, I'm a new Democrat. No, you're socialist. Oh, meh. Well, anyway, they're going to get hammered in this election.
We'll
Should
see.
say they're getting hammered in the polls. Their leader, all he does is call him out. I call him Jug Dish. His name's Jug Meat. But all he does is complain about the CEOs. The CEOs are ruining the country. Those rich people in their limousines and corporate jets. He literally thinks CEOs drive around in limousines that we haven't seen since the 80s. And he wears $2,000 Armani suits and a $50,000 Rolex Platinum watch, and carries the stupid Armani man bags and stuff like that. And he's like, oh, it's the rich people's fault. And then he blames the supermarket guys. It's the supermarkets that they're causing the inflation. His brother is the lobbyist for the supermarkets. It's the weirdest thing. It's just I tell you, Pierre, Pedro, you go up to Canada and your brain you just take the top of your head off, pick your brain up, turn it around, put it back in, and put your head back on, and then things make sense in Canada.
I don't know. I've only been in Canada once.
Let's see, Jagmeet. What does Mike say? Jagmeet got his pension. Yeah, he doesn't care. The guy literally kept the government alive until he was in Parliament long enough for his pension to vest. And then he said, all right, now I won't support the government. And caused a... Oh, that old lady just fell down.
Is she okay?
Yep, she fell off the curb. There's a restaurant right across the street, and a bunch of people came out from the restaurant to help her. She just fell off the curb. Ooh, poor lady.
Oh, wow. Hope she's all right. All right. So one of the things I'm going to start doing here is I'm going to start tracking the U.S. debt per taxpayer. And then I'm going to start tracking the wealth per citizen.
I still can't figure out how, I know you told me this twice, but how does it determine the wealth per citizen? Is it like the assets of the United States divided by everybody?
Yep, that's exactly it.
Like our national parks, the value of our battleships?
Land, stocks, recaptured assets,
seized Bitcoin,
mineral reserve, seized Bitcoin, precious metal reserves, real estate. So
what's the ratio? What are we at? What is the debt per person, and what is the wealth? Are we rich or are we poor?
Well, we are about 20. Let me divide this here real quick so I can do it. Boom. So it would be. Was it? Which one goes first? I always forget. 3.
Exactly, 3, Mr. Levesque. Exactly. 4. If you have a brother or relative that works for the RCMP in Ottawa, then I know him because he is another Levesque.
Boom. Here we go. We're about 65%. So the debt to income ratio is about 65%. So we're running on some hard times here as individuals, meaning we're still up ahead.
All right, before the ratio, what's the number here? What's the assets? I'm thinking accounting style. What's the assets minus the liabilities here?
All right, so assets are 494,737. This one right here.
Yeah.
Wealth per citizen, and then debt per citizen right here.
So we're up by 170,000.
Yeah, which is about 30 or about 20. Yeah, 35%. So that's if we wanted to buy a house, we could not. I'll put it like that. If we wanted to get a
well,
loan,
there's some joints in Alabama and central Georgia that'd go for really cheap.
you're right. But as a nation, if we wanted to buy a house, we couldn't because of our debt to income ratio.
Oh, right. It's a good point.
That's what I'm trying to say. So, and what's interesting is as we start to really progress here, it's going to actually, you know what? Let's push this back. Let's do a time machine here. Let's do 2020 and see what this is. All right. So the debt to income ratio, assets per citizen. Oh, they weren't covering it.
There's a lot more on that chart now.
Oh, yeah. They've added a lot more. Total U.S. debt, savings per family, boom. Definitely had a lot more savings back in 2020. Let me check this out real quick one more time. Boom. Let's do 2016. Yeah, here we go. This was 2016 during Trump's. So Obama to Trump, assets per citizen was 386,400, and the debt was 168,000. So we're talking almost 50%. So the debt was 50% of what we had. So we were it was a lot better. Plus savings per person was 7,912 per family. That's what their savings were. Whereas today, I think we're at 5,000 today, which with debt, where is it right here? Average salary, donations, I forget where it's at. There's so much more on here. I'm like, holy crap. I just saw it too. Debt per citizen. Revenue to GDP, 32.
The excitement is building, ladies and gentlemen.
Dun, 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 dun. Holder, credit card.
There's a lot of Levex. Somebody a long time ago had lots of babies and spread you guys out all over Canada.
That's a Levesque. I had a friend of mine named Levesque in the military. Nice guy. Revenue per citizen. Where is the savings? That was revenue. Okay, boom, boom, boom. I just saw it too. Watch. Local revenue, spending to GDP ratio, payroll. Maybe I swear I just saw it. Anyways, I'll come back. If I can't find it today, I'll find it tomorrow and we'll talk about it. But let's talk about Bitcoin here and what I expect to see from here. So we're seeing it go up here. To me, before an announcement, if it starts to go up, I'm always sketched out by it. So I'm always looking, are we putting in demand wicks as we're moving up? As you can see, we're really not. And the closer we get to 1 o'clock, we're already starting to see the market kind of turn around. So I expect it to kind of maybe be negative news where we're going to see a drop in BTC and the market here. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in relationship to that announcement that's going to come out with Freedom Day.
Hey, Joe, this morning I fattened up my demo trading account here.
Oh, yeah.
I fattened it up last night. I took a long position last night at about 83 and change, 83.5 or something like that. And no, I'm sorry. It was in the middle of 84s. And I put my stop down at like 83,700 or something like that. I was using leverage, so I had a really tight stop. And I wake up this morning, and it's always like, it's pot luck when you wake up, whether that open trade hits your stop or didn't. And I saw right on the chart here where it's dipped down to 83 something, and there's a wick there. If you look on like the 5 or 1 minute, there's like a little wick down. And the first thing I thought of was, I started to say it, thinking they just wicked me out. But I was like, wait, hold it. Positive, Tom, good vibrations. Let's start the day right. And I thought to myself, that was it's a demo account, but it's a trade that I put on with a plan, figured out my leverage, figured out my stop, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, if it didn't work, it didn't work. Just mark it down on the book. It didn't work. And so I get up, and the wick stopped just before my stop. Usually they get it. But no, good vibrations, Tom. And then it started, and then you can see here it just started marching up. And then I sold it at like 86.9 or something was my take profit. And right here where my hand is, one of these wicks here, it just booped right up into that. Actually that's much later. It was, I don't know, whatever. I don't know what time frame you got up there. But I actually wicked into my take profit. Is the opposite of normally what happened to old negative Tom. With new positive Tom and good vibrations and reinforcing the concept that good things will work out for me. The trade worked exactly as planned, and instead of getting wicked out, I got wicked into profits. I was like, woo!
And so remember the train of thought, why you got in, why you put your stop at that place. And then more importantly, next, as it's happening, you can sit there and say, okay, maybe let me account for price to come down into an area further, right? And say, all right, if my stop will probably be right here underneath this, maybe I should wait for price to come down a little bit further into where I can. So instead of saying I'm going to get long here, say, I want to wait until we come down and touch that 400 period moving average and we pierce it. And then if it continues down, I'm okay with that. But at least my stop is at a really low level, so I can't get stopped out if the market continues up.
Is this red line here 400 or 200?
You have two. It's two. So the dark red is 400. The pink line is 200.
Yeah, I had my stop just underneath the 200. Just a little extra. Mm-hmm. Because I've put it too close to the 200 and it comes down and plays off it and before bouncing. So I was like, all right,
yeah,
I need to put it take a little bit more risk and put it below it. And sure enough, as you can see right there, it came right down, wicked through the 200, just missed my stop by that much, and went back up. And this is one of those trades where I didn't mess with anything. I just set it and forget it. I didn't constantly adjust to take profit. I didn't mess with the stop and blah blah blah. When it went up a lot, I could have moved the stop up into profits to account for wacky morning opens and stuff like that. But regardless, I was very happy. It's very happy to wake up to, as Crypto Lifer says, wake up to gains, baby. Woke up to gains. Even though it's a demo trading account, but still, it's the practice that I need. And for you viewers, last week, let me back up. For you viewers, I've made the commitment to start trading again, which I haven't really done since the 80s. And all of this time, I've been talking with Pedro here and listening to him. Generally, I wasn't listening to his trading advice. I was doing production and all that type of stuff. And a couple of months ago, I said, all right, I need to get back into this. So Pedro has taken me under his wing and getting me back into the mindset of how to trade. And I found a couple of things. Danny Levesque, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Go back to work. I totally lost my train of thought. Anyway, I was on vacation. I was out skiing with my daughter, and I have found that I cannot trade unless I pay attention to the market all day and do it seriously. It's not something that you can just kind of go, throw the dice and see if you win. You go to Vegas for that. And so I took the whole week off, and then got back, and then yesterday watched the market. Sunday watched the market. Yesterday watched the market, or Monday watched the market. Tuesday, and then so last night I was like, all right, I see something forming up that I like, and I'm using a demo account. Back to doing that, and the trade played out, and so I'm very happy with that. And we'll watch the markets to see when something else comes in. And I'm telling you all of this because eventually here, if I can get my act together, Pedro and I are going to divide the show into two. We're going to have our trade wave, and we have an app that we're developing. I've just done the third alpha version of it. I got to send it back out to you, Crypto Mike, to see if the new one works. You can delete the old one. And then we'll have a short crypto show in which we talk about our trades. And then Pedro and I can have our long form talk fests on various topics and keep them separate and hopefully pump the algorithm while pumping our bags.
Pump it.
As pump Randy Hipper says, it plays that all the time. Gonna pump it up.
Pump it up. Gotta pump it up. Pump it up. Gotta pump it up. Pump it up. I remember the first time I was in a crypto, what was it called? Beans. It was called Beans, and it was a play that it was a friend of mine brought me into and said, all right, this is a pre-sale, and taught me about pre-sales and did all the he was a and so he was able to figure it out, and he wasn't a huge ranking at the time, but yeah, that's what he did. And so he kind of taught me, and then I learned about it. And then I remember, like, as soon as it went, dude, it was at the end of the bear or the bull market of last bull market, and it went up for about 5 minutes, and I said, okay, cool. And I was like, all right. And we had got in, at a pre-sale. And then sure enough, man, it went up for like 5-10 minutes. It did about 80%, and then it just crashed. And somebody hijacked the Telegram and started putting in like grotesque, like poop porn. It was absolutely gross, dog. And I was like, what is going on, bro? He goes, oh, we just got hacked. And I go, what do you mean we just got hacked? And then sure enough, man, it went from like 80% moving up the first 5 minutes to just like negative. I was negative 30%. And I was like, how is this below this? This is not, our price tag is not even listed. How is it coming down? 'Cause, I'm thinking it's a traditional market. And he goes, nah, man, we're going to lose the money. I go, but I haven't lost all the money. He goes, well, you kind of did. They're not going to let you sell this. And so I was all trying to sell it. I finally got out with like 60% of my initial profit.
That's amazing. Usually you get out with nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I got out, and then it rebounded. It went to like 30%, or where it would be if I had lost 30%. And then it screamed up for about an hour, but it never went above the previous, because remember, it went up, then it came down real far, but it never went up above the previous high. And I said, oh, they're suckering us. I ain't gonna get in on that. And he goes, no, man, it'll probably do a 10x. I said, nah, they're messing with us, bro. You can't see that. Like, this is just straight up, like, this is a street play. They give you some good stuff, and then they throw in a little bit of hash, little stuff that isn't necessarily the best, and then they screw you over by say, hey, try another hit, and all of a sudden it's just trash.
You're right. The crypto scammers are like drug dealers. They are like it because the reason is because crypto is what, ladies and gentlemen? It's like drugs. It's addictive. It's a game. It's less of a game since I stopped even really paying attention to meme coins. It's more of a, moving from a gambling mentality to an investing mentality is helping me. But, I mean, the degen life is something else. I mean, I was just listening to someone else yesterday talk about their wallets getting hacked, or the exchange's wallets getting hacked, or the company's wallets getting hacked, whatever. And in the traditional world, if a bank or a finance company loses money. They call the FBI. The FBI investigates. They figure it out. There's corporate insurance. They're either self-insured or they have an insurance plan that pays everybody out. No one's out in it. Like if your bank gets robbed, you don't say, well, sorry, we're trying to get loans from friends and stuff like that. And or we got to cut everyone's holdings by 2/3. In crypto, that happens, and everyone's like, "Meh, it's crypto." And like companies are like, "Oh yeah, well, our wallet got hacked for $4 million, but we'll make it up somehow to you. Maybe we'll issue a new devalued stable coin to your wallet, and someday you can sell it for what it might have been worth." And everyone's like, "Meh, it's crypto. Yeah, we get it." And then in traditional finance, not like FBI shows up in their suits. We got a problem here. And then in crypto, like you just hear like many, many moons later, oh, the FBI got some guy in Greece on the run because they got one of the 8 million hackers. Weird. It's a weird mentality, but we're all here. Crypto Mike says.
It's interesting. I'm involved in a project, right? And we're building. And so it's slow building, one of the main guys who was never a dev. I'm like, we're the ones leading the group, but we're not the devs. But the devs were outside the United States. And it basically rallied from like 400,000 to like 50 million, right? Kind of similar to what you went through. We've talked about this, right? And then it basically dropped. And when it dropped, the devs just left, and they're all outside the United States. Like, one of the primary guys is in India, literally. He's in India. And,
welcome, Walter, to the show. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. I'm coming to hack your wallet. You know what? That you're going to earn minimum wage from that. I'll tell you that. You hacked my wallet. I got 2 kids in college. You hacked my wallet. You'd be like, man, it took me 3 hours to do that, and I earned $20. That's $6.33 an hour. I better flip burgers for more money than that. Anyway, thanks, Walter, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Always good to have you.
Don't recognize your name if you're new to the show. Let us know how you found us. And if you're not new to the show and you've watched before, just tell me I'm an idiot and I should have remembered. Anyway, thanks. Sorry to interrupt you, Pedro.
No, it's all right. It's good to have you, Walter. Thank you. But what's interesting is as that was actually happening, I ended up, and I remember sitting there and I was just like, it goes to zero. And then they basically kind of leave. And we were kind of like the community. They named me the community voice, right? So I would like be there to communicate with everybody as a dev. And they started paying me, like $500 in the coin. But the problem is like the coin was dropping, and I'm like, we'll see. You have that hope, bro. Like, oh, this thing's gonna go to the moon. I'm not gonna take any of this money, and I'm gonna leave. I'm just accruing income. So it's like going from like $500, and it's going down, and I'm just like, and all of a sudden it hits at like a point, and then it shoots back up, right? And I'm like, and it it shoots up huge, and now I'm up big, and I'm like, should I take? But now they've gotten me to, they said, hey, you can't, your stuff is locked up for like 3 years, 4 years,
right?
And I'm like, okay, but I still believe in the project. And then they leave, like the head guys leave, and it's me and this guy just holding the freaking community. So the community starts to kind of go after us. So I'm like, dude, I'm deuces, bro. Like, I don't even want to be here anymore. So I'm like about to leave. And all of a sudden, like, one of the guys reaches out to me and he's like, hey man, I'd love to have you come back in and kind of get things up and running. And everything kind of fell apart. I said, all right, I'll come in and help again. So I came in and was helping with the community, talking with everybody, trying to simmer down. And they said, why don't you become like just in face name the president? I said, okay.
Yeah, there's a scam brewing there.
But I knew these guys. Like, I knew them. And so, like, I was like, they were community members like I was. But just, they were the ones who kind of took the reins and kept things going. And then one of the main guys is there. Not main guys, but one of the main community guys who used to speak on behalf of what the project was doing. And he was, again, an employee. Literally, bro, went through and said, you know what? the old way of the old utility of this just isn't good. We need to create a new one. So we all kind of came together and thought what is needed in crypto, and so we created it. And so now we got investors for what we need to do. This guy paid the majority of the money into developing this tech. It's a new tech and a marketplace that correlates with it. Then got investors, and the investors said, well, we don't want the community. Forget the community. We want nothing to do with them. Like, we want a SaaS that we can sell, and we want to buy your tech. And we were like, nah, bro, that's not how it works. If you want the tech, you need to buy the community. and with that, we want a royalty with it. So we want you to put that money into the chart. And the guy was like, basically, he basically agreed because the tech is so good that he basically said, all right. And so he decided to do that. But now I'm having people in the community now claiming they're going to do a class action lawsuit. They're going to do all these things. And I'm like,
who do you sue?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The only people they would go after is me and my friend, who is the guy who's really upfronted everything. And then you would go after the fund in Peru.
Yeah, go to any lawyer. Anyone here on a lawyer that wants to take that case for the people, the guy would be like, any lawyer would be like, I am never getting paid from that.
Right. There's no money. That's the thing. There's not even any money except in the fund. And that fund is in Peru. And the US has no jurisdiction with that. I mean, you have to send a Jesus down there with some brass knuckles to collect. Yeah, when people say, oh, we're going to do a class action lawsuit, it's like, all right, you guys put up the $30 million first to get the class together and do all the legal work. And then you come back and talk to us. What the lawyers say. And I felt bad because I understand the guy. I get it. But what can you do? Like, what can you do? You're in a tough situation. And then he's going after the guys who are literally trying to help out the community. It's like, come on, man.
That's why it's called a community takeover, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I'm like, whatever. Hey, dude, we did a community takeover before the community takeover was actually a thing.
Exactly.
We did a CTO before even a CTO.
Yeah, the old DYOR project's a community takeover. The guy that founded it stole all the tons of money out of it and raped and pillaged it, and community booted him out and took it over, and it's been frankly languishing at basically the same price now for 3 years.
What? Yeah, same here.
But people keep buying it. I don't understand. The TG has a buy bot in it, and people keep buying it, and it's got 31,000 holders still, and it's like people are like, oh, I'll put another $20 in it, another $20 in it, another $20. So the LP is still pretty static. It's not like weak or anything. It's just doesn't do anything. Just like it's not dead. It's not alive. It's just meh. Anyway, but I sold my shit a long time ago.
Yeah, I haven't sold any of mine. I'm just like, whatever. Well, because if this fund really does what it's going to do, it's going to be big. But it's just, we're at this point where we're on its timeline, and the community is like, when are we going to see something? When are you going to? And I'm like, dog, I'm not the one running this. Like you're yelling at me because you're frustrated, and I'm talking. And the funny thing about it is when the guys approach us of buying like the tech, that we basically got it up and running, and we, the guy who kind of put the money in to get it running, what's the word I want to use? What's that thing when you make something? He put in patents. Now he put patents in on it because of the type of tech that it does.
Jesus, see how much that costs?
I do not know how much that costs.
About 50 to 150 just for a basic patent.
Okay,
50 to 150K to 150K.
I know that this guy went belly up. He filed for what do you call it? Chapter
11,
7 or
7 or 11, one of them. Chapter
yeah, one of the
filed for
yeah.
bankruptcy.
Yeah, basically filed for bankruptcy, lost his house. But he got this tech. It's like that. It was that big of a deal where he was like, I would rather, I'd rather file for bankruptcy than lose this patent, where he knew it was that big of a deal. So now this fund is running with it, but they're just like, I don't want to deal with any of those people. They used to watch the chat and they would hit up me and this other guy and go, why are they doing that? And I'm like, welcome to crypto. This is crypto. Like, when moon or the world is falling, or it's either three things. This thing's going to go to the moon, or when moon, or the world is falling apart. There's no like equilibrium.
Oh, it's too big for the screen.
That's what she said.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, it was a layup there.
This is I can't get it on the screen properly.
What is it?
It's crypto, Mike.
There we go. But it was real interesting. So really expecting some stuff with Trump and hit at 2:00. It's going to be really interesting. Now, do you have that on play right now, or are you primarily just?
All right, no, it's at I think it's at 4 Eastern time.
Is it 4?
I don't know. I that's what I had in my head. I don't know, but if it is now, then we should cover it.
Let me check here real quick.
Hey, Mike, I'll figure this out. The image.
Boom. Trump.
There we go. There's Time Magazine's greatest degen of all time, Crypto Mike from Manitoba, right there, ladies and gentlemen, with the spider eye. Man, that is one tough selfie. He clearly did this, and you got the British neck going. Oh, hey there, ladies and gentlemen. We got the double chin going, and a spider over your eye. You're looking fine there, Mike.
Looking hot, dude. Give me a second. I don't know why I can't pull it. Let me try this here real quick.
Alexa, is President Trump supposed to speak this afternoon? This Alexa things now are so useless.
They really are. It's kind of amazing.
I don't understand. As soon as AI came out, why didn't they just switch it around? I mean, yeah, you ask it just simple things that you can ask Grok, and Grok gives you a perfect answer. What's the airspeed of an unladen swallow? And Grok will respond to African or European. It's just, I don't understand. And I have these things all over here and in Canada, so it's not like I'm just going to switch to someone else. They're like, you keep hearing from Amazon, oh, well, we're going to change it. You can put your own AI into it. All you have to do is become a developer and then put blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no. I just want to be able to ask it a question, and it answers, like Grok.
All right, so yeah, it's at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that's where we're sitting.
We're mourning today, Pedro.
What are we mourning?
We are mourning. Here, I'm gonna bring it up on the screen here. We are mourning the great. Is it gonna come up or not? Is it gonna come up? You never know when I press these Stream Deck buttons if it's gonna work or not.
It's true. By the way, shout out to our guys over at Rumble. Thanks for watching us, guys. Really appreciate you. One of the questions I do have with that over at Rumble is that I literally have us at 10 people. What's up, my people? Good to have every one of you guys here today over at Rumble. We're about to talk about Trump and what he is about to talk about. And I'm kind of excited because, when we talk about commodities.
Hold on, before you get deep into this, my Stream Deck finally worked. Sorry.
Oh, yes.
Val Kilmer passed away, ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, he had suffered
yes.
from, what did he have, throat cancer?
Yep.
Something like that. And some of the best movies, obviously Top Gun, the original one.
Dude, absolutely.
Top Gun 2, Maverick was awesome too. And obviously Val had a small role in that as the Iceman. But his role in the movie Heat. For those of you who have not seen the movie Heat, it's a 1998, 2000 era movie with De Niro, Pacino, Val Kilmer, and a bunch of other henchmen robbing banks on a bank robbery crew. It's a fantastic. The shootout scenes are spectacular. I don't know how thousands of people didn't die in New York during one shooting scene, but kind of like the A-Team, only the bad guys got hurt. But it's just some fabulous acting on behalf of that guy.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys remember his first movie, Willow.
Yeah, I remember Willow.
Yep. Shout out to Willow, dude. It was one of my first childhood memories that stuck in my head. Right? They're saving a baby. And,
yes, he was Batman also. That's right.
Yes, Batman. Shout out Val Kilmer. So it's pretty awesome, dude. Well, I don't know.
Now you got me not saying it right.
Yeah, I know.
Kilmer. Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer.
Not Kilmore. Kilmer.
Anyway,
the great Iceman.
Shout out. Pour one for the homie. Yeah. All right. So
I tell you, I just noticed that Fire Chicken commented there.
Yeah.
This one deserves a tribute for days. And I liked it.
Every time I hear Top Gun, I always think of
no, trust me.
Oh,
the best intro. Yeah, the best intro to any movie, and then the smoke coming off the aircraft carrier deck and all that type of stuff. I got the chills thinking about it.
Dude, I was just thinking the same thing, dude.
We watched that so many times. Let's see, that would have been we watched it my sophomore year in school, in college, and up.
Yeah.
A million times. I mean, we didn't have cable back then, TV, and so we watched VHS tapes. And my roommate was a pilot at Purdue, and we had a lot of pilots in our fraternity, and so we'd put that on. And I had this little illegal TV rebroadcasting device.
Yeah.
That broadcast whatever was on my TV. It rebroadcasted on channel 19. And our whole fraternity house could get it, and the neighbors too. And so I'd hear people yell out the window, "Hey, is it Top Gun time?" And I'll be like, "All right, we're putting it on." It was like my own little cable station.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
It was so funny. We'd play it all, and then we'd put porn on. And we go around asking what's the worst stuff you got, and we put it on. And we called them. They lived in an apartment building owned by this guy's last name was Coleman, so we called them the Colemanites. And you would hear them yell, that shit's disgusting, man.
Okay, on to the next thing, as we've now gone down this horrible.
But we played Top Gun almost every day. Yeah. And when that beginning kicked on, all of a sudden people would be just standing in my doorway just watching it, mesmerized.
Yeah. Dude, it is that good of a movie. And it's just, America fighting communism and
America!
And, I forget her name. She was absolutely stunning. Anyways, okay. So jumping it back real quick, I want to talk about a couple things here because we've talked about this on Technical Tuesday, but it's really important to understand what we need to see in the economy as the market is moving. And this will actually enable crypto to really do well. Trump here in Tariff Day is literally one of those things that is going to kind of reshift how we see the dollar and how it gets played. Also, we talked about, we talked about yesterday when the market was going up here on Monday and Tuesday. And I said, guys, whenever we go up Monday and Tuesday, expect it to go down. So we're kind of seeing the dollar play out that way, which helps Trump's case here. Okay. in addition to that, seeing a lower crude oil again helps Trump's case as well as.
You hearing this, Pedro?
No, I don't.
You don't hear it? It's not going through to your.
I do not. Maybe. Oh, that's good.
Oh, we're gonna have to edit this out here. The United States Navy is the top 1% of its pilots teach the lost art of aerial combat. A handful of men and women are the greatest pilots in the world. We call it fighter weapons school, but everyone else calls it Top Gun.
Yeah, there we go. But jumping back here real quick, as you were saying, I do gotta admit, this idea of a strong America really flies in the face of globalism, right? And it really flies in the face and the ideology of a strong, central, dominant America, almost as again being the police, right? And again, we're trying to get out of that role where we can start what's the word I want to use? Like a restructuring of America here, which will allow Americans to kind of become again the kind of wealthy again and stop with inflation, stop with all these things that are killing your dollar. I heard somebody saying today, I think it was yesterday, that the individual family that made $40,000, okay, $30,000 in 1984 is equivalent to somebody making $160,000 today. And that has to do with literally the inflating of the US dollar by basically government intervention putting money into the system. And so it's really important that if we can pay down the debt, basically see the money supply kind of dry up in a sense, right? And I don't mean that in like, what I mean is this, is that if we can see real companies creating real things that we can actually sell and the rest of the world buys it, and we have an equal tariff system where because we have a low dollar, you can buy US goods for good prices for you because your dollar is higher. And if your dollar is higher, you can purchase more of something in a nation. And so the US dollar going down, us seeing crude oil come down here is an important thing. So it's important to see these certain circumstances happen. Again, the idea that Trump is making these comments saying, hey, we will tariff Russia's oil. And the reality is we don't really buy a lot of Russia's oil. The majority of our oil comes from Mexico and Canada.
Right.
Right. And what we produce here, it's a very small amount that we actually get here. So this idea of him saying that did start to push the market up here, but we did expect it to go. I didn't expect it to go up this high, but we'll see what happens as we continue. We are seeing volume step out as we are going up. So again, we all know if in the beginning of a contract it goes up, typically it goes up, then comes down again. So I want you guys to be ready for that.
What is the price of a barrel of oil now, Pedro?
$71.83. The price of silver right now as we speak is $74.62. And the price of gold, of an ounce of gold, is $31.77. And so, and gold did put a new all-time high in today, right at the beginning of the day. It popped up and we saw it pop up here. But more importantly, and I want to add this, and this is going to be funny. It's, if this works, okay? If Trump is able to get manufacturing here back in America, it's going to allow the rest of the world to do very well. Like, this is the part like I keep harping on. Like, America is a generous nation. We've always been a generous nation. We like to help people. It is in the credo of a Judeo-Christian value mindset to give. It is in the mindset, just knowing you got to give 10%.
The U.S. is the largest. The people of the United States per capita, it's like 4 times the amount of the closest next nation about how much they give.
Yeah.
Charity or away or whatever.
It isn't per capita. I mean, I've talked about that in the past, right here with the U.S. dollar, that the average American charitable giving is, what just happened to it? They updated it? Per dollar. It was normally here. So per charity, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 million billion. So what is that real quick? I can do that. No, it's not what I'm trying to do.
About $120 a person on an average?
No, it's more than that. So I think it's like 2,000 or something like that. So what is that? 57.
Not enough zeros for that.
2, 0, 7, 6, 7, 4.
While he's figuring out, ladies and gentlemen, the Ice Raid launch will probably be tomorrow, Thursday. They've got it back on track for a launch this week. They've got all the decoy contracts out. Have had scammers try to extort people out in the TG and on Twitter, saying we're going to wreck your launch unless you pay us. Bunch of other things. That's what happens nowadays. But they got everything together. All is good. Going to launch with 400 Sol in the LP. And get going there. Going to report. They've added so many new categories of crimes to report, and get paid to report.
So for you guys over at Rumble, if you want to make some money, extra side money while you're chilling, if you see crime, or you can report crime and make some cash with Ice Raid, which is what Mr. Tom is a part of. But yeah, so the average American, like per capita, now granted, are billionaires. So this is what I found out as well. When you go to any disaster around the world, about 50% to 60% of the people that are there are all Americans going to actually help out. And then the rest is the rest of the world that comes in to help with, aid and bringing goods and services. And a lot of those people are upper middle class, or if not lower rich class. So people maybe make like 250,000 and above, right? They're the ones who actually go out and are poor, which is interesting, even gives, because even though they don't pay taxes per se, like if you're poor and you only make a certain amount of money, you get back more money than you actually pay into the system.
That's not that kind of soul.
But with that amount of money that you're paying into taxes, America gives a lot of aid. Like we've been reading about.
Well, we used to.
Yeah, but we've given a lot of aid per capita. And then the average American who makes about 50,000 and above actually goes out and pays, gives a lot of money. They put $2 or $3, $5, $10 into charities that are having hard times, and a lot of that is scam money as well, which is horrible. But what happened in
Myanmar, Malaysia.
Yeah, Malaysia. There you go. Malaysia, and the huge, a lot of money came in from Americans.
Did you see some of those buildings?
Bro, it was absolutely
pancakes. Bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, dude, it was.
And not like that one in Thailand that went down that was under construction, where there was, I think there was a security guard that died, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but that thing just came down like the World Trade Center. But those ones in Malaysia, the people lived in those things, and they just went boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, completely just imploded on itself. It's actually really sad.
Yeah.
Because, when I saw that, my heart was like, oh.
And then the gas fire afterwards. Did you see the size of that fire?
Dude.
I was like, whoa!
I totally forgot it, but yeah, I remember that, dude. I couldn't imagine, all of a sudden, let's say you live through the collapse, and you're like, holy crap, I'm alive, and all of a sudden you start feeling the heat, and you're just like, what? Talk about a bad day.
I saw where I used to work in Chicago. There's a massive rail yard, and one day, between us, where there's a big row of trees, one day a machine cuts all the trees down, and I was like, oh, that sucks. It was blocking the rail yard view. And then the next day, a big trench digger came and dug this massive ditch, miles long. And then the next day, piping showed up. They were putting a trench in for a new, I'll just call it natural gas, but it was something under pressure. I know that. And the trench was massive. It was like, I don't even know how to say how big it was. We'll say it's 20 feet wide, and the pipe coming through was 5 feet wide. And I'm guessing it's the scale of the size here. And then when I watched them installing the pipe, they put it in like the thing that holds the microphones. It's shock absorbent. And that took up the extra 15 feet or 7.5 feet on each side. So the pipe was actually suspended in there on this stuff. And then they came in, and then finally I asked somebody, I'm like, well, that's kind of a lot of money they're spending there. Why don't they just put the thing in the ground? Someone says, oh, because that's earthquake protection. Because if the pipe can move and all that type of stuff, then it doesn't crack and explode when there's an earthquake. And it turns out part of Chicago is on like the New Madrid fault or something that hasn't freaked since 1600. But they're like, one day it's gonna. And then the best thing was they came back, put more dirt on it, and then like 3 weeks later they came by and plunked a bunch of new trees on it. And the next year it looked like, they never even came by, and there was a whole new gas line running underneath. It was the coolest thing. Anyway, that's a side story altogether. But those tragedies are something else, though. I mean, those poor people that got flat. It's like the people in Florida. They're just sitting in their condo, and all of a sudden, like, hey, we got a sea view here. Yeah, now I got a concrete view. Smunch, 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 smunch.
But the sad part behind it is just that people lost their lives. So our hearts and condolences go out to the people who lost family, friends, and loved ones. And may blessing come to you in the midst of this hardship.
Ooh. Imagine just waking up and seeing the floor above you coming down Flintstone style. Just
I can't.
Oh, how awful! At least it was fast. I mean, you get squished and it's over.
I agree. So on some good news here, I'm going to do pivot here because I want to talk about this here. ADP, which is non-farm employment, basically through private sector jobs, we actually saw an increase of 155,000. Now, a lot of those were just ones that were kind of already in process and getting going, but a few of those were actually jobs from people, again, coming in and establishing manufacturing initiatives to get businesses up and running, or building buildings so that you can actually go through, or even just rehabbing buildings to get ready for other companies to come over and start in those jobs. So again, we're starting to see this actually populate and get going, and that's again another good thing that we're seeing with Trump. And a lot of the people that are being laid off in the government sector will finally have jobs to be able to go to into the private sector, which will then decrease the U.S. debt, which will then cause us to be able to actually generate just local business around where people then create more jobs and people spend that money. So it's going to be real interesting to see as it starts to progress. So that 155,000 jobs, or real jobs, going to the private sector, not U.S. sector, and had nothing to do with the U.S. government going through, except just Trump saying, come and set up businesses here. If you want to do business here in America, you need to set up business here in America.
Welcome, Carmen, to the house. Thanks for joining us. Carmen Crypto, ladies and gentlemen, hardest working woman in crypto. Probably the hardest working person in crypto now that she's working on European time, but living in Pacific time. That's a 9-hour difference there, I think, or 10 maybe.
That hurt.
Anyway, Pedro, did you happen to catch any of the interview with Carmen? It's America Freedom Day, so I got my baseball shirt on, my America hat. Did you catch any of the Elon on Fox News, and it's on their website now? Brett Baer, one of their 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock show guy, interviewed Elon and the Doge team.
Yep.
And
that actually came out on Friday.
Did you? What I was taken aback by it, and it was that you expected the Doge team to what media portrays and the Democrats portray it as is all these 19-year-old pimply guys with the Twitter handles of balls like me. And I have no pimples. But they're all older, seasoned businessmen.
Yes.
The 19-year-olds were just the guys that run the SQL queries and the tech guys. But the people in there going through and stuff. And what really amazed me, and this really pissed me off, was the money that the Department of Education and specifically in HHS, the NIH, National Institute of Health, when they would give money to researchers at universities to do stuff. I know you heard this. I know you heard this. The researcher gets 60%, and the university takes a 40% cut of that and just puts it in their pocket and can use it wherever they.
Bro. Talk about that. That's straight up like gangster status.
The commentator that I was reviewing it said, "God, it was the guys on the Ruthless podcast. They're like, even the mafia doesn't take that. The mafia bosses are going to be like slapping their captains apart. It's like, what the hell? The universities get a better vig than we do. We only get 15%." And so,
legit.
And so when we saw the big thing that Trump said, all right, I'm not sending that $400 million to Columbia University for medical research, everyone's like, oh, the children are going to die. No, the Columbia is taking $180 million of that and putting it in their pockets and using it to fund liberal causes that universities support that is against what the Trump administration wants to do. And so you learn that, and then you learn that how much money USAID was spending and going out to various NGOs, which were then using it to support things that was against the Trump administration. And how much money, and I'm not talking, ladies and gentlemen, pissant money. I'm talking
millions,
huge billions of money that goes out there and funds all of these liberal things. You realize that there's no money collectively in the liberal cause, meaning that most of what
people are not funding it. It's done literally by the government.
Right. It's literally almost all of all the big money comes from either big funders like the Soros Group and his friends, or the United States government. And the people in the Doge thing were actually angry. Yeah. Guys were like, we can't believe that. We just can't believe this. And one guy was like trying to say, he's like, well, you can't really say that no business would ever be run like this because it's government. It's not a business. He said, but no government should be run like this. Yeah, and the amount of money you see go out this door and come back in this door here and fund all of the stuff in Washington, D.C. and all of the crap that it funds, it pissed me off too because we struck. I mean, I struggled. I've been an entrepreneur. I've struggled. I've made it. I've lost it. I've made it. I've lost it. And now we're trying to make it again.
Which you will.
And we are not trying. We are going to make it.
We will. Yep.
And lots of people have struggled much more difficultly. And as someone who relied on the U.S. government for contracts, and I didn't get to suck off the teat. I had to compete against U.S. companies, foreign companies, all types of stuff for the best product at the lowest price. And it was so little amount of money. And then they just throw $50 million. How about the $42 billion to roll out broadband?
Yeah, and nothing.
And zero has been done in 7 years.
Yeah, and again, it's not necessarily because it's being put in somebody's pocket. It's just incompetency is really where this sits. And so one hand doesn't talk to the other, as well as one hand has an agenda that wants to do other things. And so things basically, sitting money, anybody knows if your money is sitting, you're losing money. If it's not at work, whether that is in basic interest where you invest that, or it's in a business, you're losing money in the face of inflation. So let's say in many of these coffer dams, we have 400, 300 billion dollars just sitting there. That is a lot of money that's sitting there that is eroding. In addition to that, to the waste and fraud that correlates with that, it's sickening. And like you said, exactly to the point, Tom, and I think it's so important, is that as an entrepreneur, you got to struggle to fight, and then you have to pay taxes on the very thing that you're struggling to fight for, and then it just goes out and it's waste. It's either waste, fraud, or abuse. And this is the part, or an incompetency. This is the part that frustrates me more than anything. Like as an American, we need to sit there and say, look, you as the government, you need to be transparent. And I'm not asking you to open up the full gates, but look, your NGOs and the part that frustrates me is this: is I have no problem taking care of orphans. I don't have no problem with my tax dollars going to orphans, going to widows, going to veterans that are down and out, ones that are struggling mentally, right? I have no problem. Like, let my tax money go to that. I want to be able to see that. But when my money is going to other places that absolutely, where you're trying to change the gender of frogs in other countries. And we're talking not a couple mil, we're talking billions of dollars for this and this type of agenda. I sit there and I go, wait, my friend over here, go ahead. It's absolutely insanity. And more important, I think this is the part that I think most Americans don't like, is that the far left is trying to stir up the media and go after the very person who's just simply a contractor being held by the U.S. government. And his report he has to go to is Rubio. Like most people like Rubio in Washington. Most people actually think,
right, he's known as a nice guy, right?
Yeah, he's known as a nice guy. He works really hard. He tries to be as honest as he can. That's who Elon Musk has to go report to and say, these are our findings. What do you want us to do? And then Rubio's not a pushover. Like, I don't know if you've seen him, bro. Like, people go check out him when he has to stand up and
yeah, he's got that serious look on his face. He's like, no,
no, he's like, no, bro.
Right.
No, we ain't doing that.
That's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, like, and he's a straight up dude. You know, I actually had a friend of mine. Actually, had a friend of a friend who knew him, and I say knew him as in like
taxi cab driver's hairdresser.
I know, right? But I mean, just being honest, right? This is out in Florida, and kind of worked with him a little. His organization, and his organization was ran so tight because each of those guys have to give an account to what they do. He is so meticulous about what he spends that it's almost like the situation what you were talking when you ran your business, that every cent had to be accounted for. He runs his campaign, everything that way, because like it's really important. And this is who Elon Musk has to go report to. And I don't think it's fair that we're attacking Elon when we should be sitting there talking about the real issue, which is, why is the government spending our tax money on things that the majority of Americans would not be okay with? You have 25% that might, and then you have another 75% and goes, hell no. You know, like, hell didn't I?
I swear to God, this whole thing needs to end up on the blockchain. I bring this up pretty much every time you talk about it. Put this shit on the blockchain and allow people to innovate and make apps out of the data. And then we can watch all this shit. And immediately when it comes, as soon as they let the contract out for transgender frogs in Peru, people will be like, oh, what? Wait, what? And you know what? I asked somebody about that on one of the Twitter Spaces things. I said, what would you think would be the reasoning for that? And actually what people are trying to do is trying to justify the transgenderism by saying, oh, if other mammals do it, then it means it's normal because it's developed out of evolution. And so that's why they fund these things. And they try to, because I'm not going to get it. That's a discussion that'll lead into really a rabbit hole. Our Rumble viewership might go to 1,000, but but it's a little off topic for us.
Yeah, and I don't. And here's the thing: I'm not trying to like feed it, but I think it's important because this is with the stuff that I'd rather see money go into innovation and AI. Really, like Like people don't realize, and I've said this multiple times here on the show, that Trump's first term, his first year, China started putting in this is not billion, $3 trillion a year into AI development and surveillance. AI specifically. And this was almost 8 years ago. $3 trillion a year. America with Trump said, you know what? We're going to put in $500 million a year. And that was what he was putting in. And I remember sitting there going, wait, that doesn't seem right. And I remember hearing this going, we should at least be putting in 500 billion, right? Because AI wasn't a focus in America now. But I think, and the reason why I'm bringing this up here is because we have seen a proliferation of our social media turn almost against us, and almost of us directing it directs us now, right? And a lot of the ads, a lot of the things that are shown are almost things that don't help America. Whereas if you go to China, right, if you pull up a TikTok, or you pull up, I don't think X is played there anymore, but Facebook or whatever, it is all nothing but learning videos. It is all nothing but growing to actually help your brain grow, your emotional substance grow, instead of degrade it with craziness like, Tide ball challenges and, dances that basically rot the brain in a sense, right? So I think it's like really important to understand that this kind of all correlates with a simple thing of, if we make America strong again and stop being swayed by foreign entities that are literally controlling America, and we don't even realize it because we don't have a good grasp on it, right? And I'm not opposed to China. I'm not opposed to many other countries, but I would rather make my country strong again.
And stop the BS. Just stop all the bull crap and just operate like a government. I tell people, like, when I worked a lot in the Middle East, there's a lot of governments over there that just don't do a good job because they have this, like when I was in Afghanistan and other places like that, they've got the religion that's messing everything up. And that happened to my friend that that lives in Cairo. For a couple of years, they had a government there that just didn't know what they were doing. They just came over, la 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 la, and killed a bunch of people, and suddenly they're the government. And really got to focus on the basics. Get water to everybody, make sure the roads are paved so people can get around, make sure electricity gets around, cover the basics. And there's no policies that need to be for those things. There's no political bents to that. It's just like, it's going to take this much money to get the water, electricity, and roads and sewers all going. And the basics of the government. It's like the U.S. government needs to go back to the basics. Stop trying to be in every part of our lives. Like, literally, there's nothing you can do. Think about this. There's nothing you can do that it doesn't have to be pre-approved by the U.S. government. Everything you do and wear and touch and use is regulated by the U.S. government. And obviously regulations are good. You don't want the kids' clothes catching fire and stuff like that. There's things like that. But, in a single day, you know what? I'm 56 years old. At the grocery store across the street, I have to show my driver's license to buy a beer. Because they're like, well, you have to prove that you're 21. I've got wrinkles under my eyes, and you can't see it well on the air, but I've got gray hair here. I look older than 21. They're like, well, it's policy. We have to do that. Otherwise, we could be in trouble. And it's because the U.S. government has forced this on everybody at one point or another, and they need to pare it back. And I pulled up the wrong article here. It was an article about Doge, but this one's also excellent. But the point is that it needs to be paid. It's like, just start it over. Like, cancel all the departments and say, all right, what do we need to get by this year? Just this year. I mean, the military. We need the legislature to run. Do we need health and human services to run this year? Okay, well, parts of it, they get the guys that figure out the flu and all that. Or how about the IRS? What was this? This was in the article too, or in that interview too. The IRS has 2,400 people that work in the IRS that just issue laptops and phones to people. because they have like
Yeah,
two
that
or
was
three in
crazy.
every office. And when they
Yeah.
could just have, they could do it like T-Mobile. There's just a dude in a warehouse and they FedEx you your new phone. And the guy said they could with the amount of employees they have and the amount, they said if they just do 2 employees a day, they can reprovision the whole IRS every month. And there's lots of departments like that. There's lots of them like that, and they need to go. Goodbye.
I think one of the things that people are trying to do, and I think this is a really important thing, is people go into government to get rich. They think if they can become a senator or if they get into an area, they know their special interests, especially when it comes to the trading situation. You can trade on insider information. And people go, sorry, I don't mean being your guys' face. People go into these things. And again, I think this is one of the primary reasons why we saw, and I think it's so important to understand this, just a vehement reaction to the idea of crypto. Yeah, I know, right? Crypto, because you can't control crypto. You can't control it in a way that you can control TradFi. And then additionally to that, not only can you control it, right, with TradFi, but they could also trade off of it without getting in trouble. And so it was actually, and I was watching the Tom Bailu. I've already known about this website. We've talked about this website on our show here, but they made it into the guy's name and who created the website. But
welcome 76 Norton and Mikester over on Rumble. Thanks for joining us, guys.
What's up, guys? Good to see you. Glad to have every one of you guys. But his name is Chris Josephs, and he created a tracker. The reason why, and this happened because during COVID, everybody was sitting around, couldn't do anything, was given $2,000 a week or $2,000 a month to sit on their butt and do nothing, right? And so Chris Joseph and a few other people actually went out and created and found out that that the senators and the Republicans can go out and trade, or the senators and the House of not House of Commons, House of Representatives can go out and trade off of news that are or laws that are being created without getting in trouble. Whereas if you're an investment or just a civil worker and you get that information, everybody remembers what happens to Martha Stewart, America's mother, right? Or grandma. She got sent to prison because she just didn't even fully do things correct. Yet our government officials have a completely different set of rules that they get to follow here in America. And yet if we do it, we can go to jail for 2, 3, 4 years,
Patently
which is
ridiculous.
absolutely crazy. And so I say this because Chris Joseph sat there and created this app that basically said, we can't beat these guys because they'll send us to jail. So what we're just going to track them. We're going to follow them. So there was a law that was passed whereas anybody in Congress or in the Senate, we're going to go out and we're going to get into a position. They have to go out and they have to notify the American public through filling out a paper of saying, hey, this is what I bought, this is what, and they have to do it within, I think 48 hours is when they have to actually do once they've bought it. And so in this video that I watched, which is on the Tom Bailu show, Impact Theory, he goes in and he just talks about kind of the details of how it works out. Because of that what happened in the movement of, when I say movement, but I mean COVID basically happened during COVID because everybody was sitting there. This website was created, and now a few other websites have, and as well as apps that you can actually track. So there's government trades that you can actually go through and actually pull up, and it's literally called governmenttrades.org. The other one is quiverquant.com, and what I find interesting here, and the other one is also Autopilot, which is also, that one was an app. But the reason why I bring this up is because these are the things, again, where we're talking, this is abuse. This is abuse where if I can create a law that's going to help my investments, let's say there's 5 stocks in an industry, 10 stocks in an industry, I'm invested maybe in 2, maybe one of them. And then all of a sudden I can sit there and say, you know what, we want I'm going to be on an NGO that's going to help this stock or this company do really well. And so Chris talks about how this is actually happening, and Chris Josephs is his name, but he talks about this in the show and saying this is actually just gross, just negligence, and this idea that we don't have an oversight on this. Like, if there needs to be an oversight, this needs to be an oversight. Like, this is something that needs to be paying attention to. And if you're going to trade, I almost don't want you guys to not be able to trade now. I want you to be able to trade so that we can see what's happening, so we can take part in that. And if you do decide to not fill out the paperwork in the right time, instead of losing $250, which is basically, as he says, a parking ticket, you got to pay $200,000 if you don't fill out that form within a 48-hour period. Because most of these guys make, how much do they make? Typically, it's about $160,000.
Yeah, the official salary is, I think it's 185 now or something.
Yeah, so if you forget to say, hey, I'm going to fill out that document, it's going to dock you for a whole entire year. Because a lot of these profits that they're making off of these, they're making $200,000, $300,000, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. So fair. If you're going to do it, do it. But allow us to be able to take part in it as well as the American citizens. At least that's what I feel like should be.
Well, one of the things that I learned about it, Pedro, was here's an example. Congress says we need to spend $10 billion supporting the aid industry in Africa because there's so much famine, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So they give money to a bunch of these NGOs. So they say NGO number one gets $5 billion, and part of that money is used to spin up their operations, and they have to buy $1 billion worth of cheese. Well, in review, they have a review of their procurement process, and the government says, "All right, how are you going to spend our money?" And they say, "Oh, we're looking at buying the cheese from these 3 distributors of it." And then you go, "Okay, all right." And then that staffer calls the senator up, or the senator staffer, and says, "These are the 3 companies they're likely to buy from." They buy stock in all those companies. And one of them announces, we got a $1 billion contract from the U.S. government. Their stock price goes crazy. And that's how that works. And you're like, wait a minute. Government oversight doesn't mean you get to trade on insider information. But as you've just explained, it does allow you to trade on insider information. When the government goes in and says, how are you guys spending our money? They can't use that information to then profit, but they can. They can, and it's not right. It's just that it should be treated like insider information, like everybody else. And it's just, that drives me crazy too. All that, just think of the years of this. And I'm not blaming just the Democrats for this. That was, every administration has been doing this going back. This is just the first administration that said it actually has to stop. I mean, Barack came on saying, we're going to change. And before that, Bill Clinton was like, well, I got to do it. And Bill Clinton did it through the military by closing half of our military bases. He said, this is the only way I can do it. And
he said, here's the line.
Right.
He, without discrimination, literally drew a line, was like, boop, from here down, they're done. And people got, a lot of people got hurt. Like, it was like, what do you mean I'm about to, I just bought a house. I, waited, like literally it was people who were great warriors that we shouldn't have. Yeah. Instead of sitting there going, all right, who's got bad marks? All right, let's first get rid of the people who have bad marks. Okay, next, who are the people who, seriously, who are the people who have the most write-ups here that aren't doing well, right? If you're an officer, right, and you've got 3 more years on your contract here, or 2 more years, and you've been masked now twice, and you're just being a douche now in the military. Yo, get rid of that guy. It could have been done that way. There could have been other ways to do it before just drawing a line.
Now this story comes up. Representative Banks tells fired government worker he probably deserved getting fired because he seems like a clown. This guy, I don't know. He's as he's walking through the halls of the House of Representatives, claims to be. I was fired. I was a health and human HHS worker that got fired, and and I forget exactly what he said. And he confronted the congressman. Blah 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 blah. And the congressman turned around in the elevator and said, "Well, you probably deserved it." And the guy was like, "What? No, why would I deserve to lose my job?" And the congressman just goes, "Because it seems like you're a clown." It was so awesome because the guy was behaving like a jerk, confronting a congressman about losing his job. I mean, he's so far removed from that just because he voted to support it. But the congressman just goes, "You probably deserved it." "Why would I deserve it?" "Because you seem like a clown." It was just one of those, so many times that you've tried to think of a cool one-liner and you couldn't, but later you're like, aha! If I only had thought of this at that moment. And he just ripped it off. And then the guy just shut up. The guy's like, "Oh." And everyone around him was like, "Oh, damn. You probably did this. You are a clown, buddy."
Honestly, I do expect more. I saw that. I thought it was a bit... He might have been a clown or whatever. But you know what? That man actually probably helps support that man, that congressman. And I think they should be held at a higher position in the way they deal with the public. You're not allowed. Like I don't like the fact there was a guy confronting Biden, and the guy was just straight up like, "Hey, look, I don't agree with you. I'm here because my union tells me I'm supposed to be here." But he was wearing remember that the mega hat, the red, and I think he was sitting there and he goes, "Why are you there? I'm the one helping you out." And he goes, "No, you're not. You're not helping us out. We don't even agree with you." And what blew me away is they got in an argument, and the way that Biden was just like, "You don't even know." And I remember watching that interaction going like, dude, like, you don't get Congress. They should not be above the law. They should be able to get an ass whipping. I hate to say, and I don't mean it like meaning a physical ass whipping. I'm talking they should be able to get a lashing from one of their constituents who voted for them or are in their area, right? Like, nobody should be. I mean, listen, Trump literally gets yelled at and ripped and just completely ran off, right? Like he doesn't, I mean, there were literally the last term, there was a woman who literally went through, cut off a head of a doll in the face of Donald Trump and made it bloody, right? And if that was actually done during Biden's administration with a liberal or not liberal, but with a conservative, that man would be in prison, or that woman would be in prison, or that non-binary person would be in prison. So it's this is double standard where if you are a civil servant and you are out there and you are doing your best, this is key, doing your best, you still do not have a right to talk to Americans that way. You take the beating because guess what? You're our servants. We're not your servants. That's it.
Guy was a clown though, so
it doesn't matter. I don't care if he's a clown or not. He's an American citizen who's going through a hard time, lost his job. He simply said, "I'm sorry for your loss, man. Sorry about that. I wish I could do something about it." I'm just saying, it's just they don't have a right to sit there and you're our servants. You're there. We put you there.
Who's also a clown? This guy, Hakeem Jeffries. All I think of every time they say his name, I think of Coming to America. Hakeem.
Yeah, that was good.
But anyway, wipers. He's out. There's a bill in Congress for federal elections to require proof of U.S. citizenship, which doesn't seem like such a stretch for me. He called it voter suppression bill because the poor can't prove that they're U.S. citizens.
Wait, what?
This is the garbage these people spew.
How is it you can't prove you can go to the
It's actually pretty
DMV.
difficult to prove you're a U.S. citizen if you don't have a passport or a real ID on your driver's license, and you get a real ID on your driver's license by having a passport. And passports cost money and time. I can see somewhat of the point, but the point isn't, hey, we can't have broad free elections because of the poor people. The point is, figure out a way to have people prove who they are that's inexpensive. You know, take some of this money from the transgender frog study and figure out how to get poor people passports, or other, or a global entry card, or
go
something.
in. Every American can get a Social Security card.
Right.
It costs $20. And you literally, all you have to do is prove who you are. Take a picture of yourself. Make sure you do the little. You go down to the police station. They do the little.
Too hard. That's too hard. Nope. Poor people can't do that. Too hard, Pedro. That's transportation. They can't get to the police station because they're poor. This joker actually gets up there and says that it's a voter suppression bill by requiring ID. And it gets me to no end. Like in California, they passed a law saying no local jurisdiction shall require ID. And at least in Illinois, which does not have voter ID, we have voter signatures. And your signature has to match. And there's a judge that looks at it. And if your signature doesn't match, they're like, get the fuck out. And so everyone's like, oh, all the dead people vote in Illinois. It's actually not true, because the signature, I've been an election judge and a poll watcher. If it doesn't match, I mean, how are you going to guess what someone's signature looks like? And even if you knew what it was like, to duplicate it on the spot is hard. And why would you risk a felony being arrested just for one vote? You know, to go scam someone's vote. It's crazy. So but this concept of proving who you are, it's not like the old days. They're like, well, the founders didn't do it that way. It's because they knew all the voters. They're like, there's Bob, there's Charles, there's James, there's Alex, there's George. They knew everybody. There was no issue with voter fraud. Now there is. There's 390 million of us. There's 270 million voters or something like that, of which 160 million people vote. And the problem isn't that I'm going to go, vote twice and get in, try and boost the numbers of people going in for my candidate. The point is that they're paying illegal aliens to vote. They're giving them benefits. They're giving them hotels. They're giving them all this type of stuff. And they're like, oh, in some states you can get a driver's license. And when you get a driver's license, you can also register to vote in most states. It's so mind-boggling, all of this stuff that we're finding out, Pedro. It's really like every day something comes out, you're like this. I can't believe that. And you can. And Elon's like this. He's like, told you.
Yeah. Like it's really interesting. What I think was even more interesting, and this scares me, is that Mr. Tim, I think, won his stuff in, was it Wisconsin? He won his election. They reran everything, and he won. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Tim, why am I forgetting his name?
Recently or in the past?
Yeah, yesterday. They went and voted because I guess they had to re-vote for him.
It was the Supreme Court judge election in Wisconsin?
No, it was why am I calling him? It's not. A lot of conservatives are saying he's Tampon Tim.
Oh, no, it's
Tim Waltz.
Minnesota.
Or Minnesota. There you go. Yeah. What? Look at me. I'm killing this. It's horrible. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successfully connected. Chat disconnected. Please wait while we reconnect
what are you
reading?
Successfully.
Looks like I've been kind of disconnected, which is really interesting. I think I might. I think we broke YouTube. I think I broke YouTube. What's up? Can you see it? Maybe. Yeah. Okay, good. I apologize with that. Okay. With why am I forgetting the name, man? I read through these reports, and I should get what was his state? I believe he had to rerun. And
hey Joe, you've lost me somewhere around here.
With what's his name? Tim Waltz?
The governor of Minnesota.
No,
Ran as Kamala's vice presidential candidate.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe they went and voted. Did they have to? How do I say this? Did they
It's like we got 76 Norton going here a little bit.
I know, I can see it, dude. Come on, man.
Norton, I forget what state you live in. I think you
Did
mentioned
they
it at one point.
revote?
Was
Did
it
they
California?
revote?
I can't remember. Let us know which one it is so we can share in your pain. Mike says, did you see a story about the Liberal MP that was campaigning and mentioned his opponent had a bounty from China on his head? No,
Who's that?
I didn't see that. You know, we've talked about the Chinese government has infected a lot of Canadian politicians. A lot of maybe it's not Pedro's problem. I hear him there. You're back, Pedro? Hola, Pedro. Pedro. All right, we're going to wait for Pedro to come back.
It's me then.
Oh, I hear Pedro.
All right, there we go. For whatever reason, my system started shutting down, it looks like.
See, we started talking about China. Boop. All done.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, perfect. Just so there's some really interesting things that are happening in the country right now. And what I find interesting is that people really want to just know the truth. Even the vast majority of them, when I say like 75% of people want to know, like, okay, look, we just want to know really what's happening. And the fact is that we're finally kind of have an administration that at least I feel like is truly trying. And a large portion of America agrees with that. I have friends of mine that are on Facebook that are like, this man is the devil. He is Hitler. And granted, and I'll put it like this. Him being a centralist and focusing on America these are things that Hitler tried to do before he started killing, like, the Jewish nation there. And so this is one of the reasons why I think people are seeing or having that arc, right, of like, you know, on the show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to be back now. We had little internet connection issues. Like I said, I don't know if it was me or Pedro or Rumble itself. Rumble itself might have had, I don't know. Something burped and our whole show went in the tank. It was a massive show anyway. Actually, we have had some very good viewership on Rumble today, so thank you all.
Yeah.
That little thing there just dropped a bunch of people, but unfortunately. Everything seems to be back, and your connection is now marked as green.
Really interesting that.
Green.
Yeah, we're still.
You know what? Actually, you know what it is, Pedro? It's my connection. You know why? Because it's raining out here hard, and every time it rains really hard, for about a half hour after it starts raining hard, internet here doesn't do very well. So it's a strange thing. A long time ago, they had not that long ago, but the utility room in the apartment building where all the internet connections come in had a major leak in it, and my internet provider's switch went out, and they came in and put a new switch in, fixed it, but ever since then, whenever the rain has started, the internet's gone out for a little bit. That's probably what it is.
Okay.
Bet you that's what it is, and it wasn't that we talked about the Great Bear in the East.
Yeah. From now on, we're keep it safe. We need to start calling it Bear of the East, the Bear of the East. There we go. That's actually a really good terminology to be able to use. On a side note, let's talk about some crypto stuff here. We can simmer down our conversation here. We can tell I thought we were literally pissing people off. I'm like, dog, are we literally? Like, I literally was just like, are we? I mean, did we really make some people mad? You know, I mean, there's people, there's big name people who talk way worse than us, and we're barely. I mean, was it to the fact that I messed up on some of the political news here that if ever we get big, they're going to go back to this episode and go, these guys are a bunch of jokers. like the guy couldn't even get Tim Waltz's name right. And the fact that he was totally off on the political situation that correlates there. They're going to be like, they'll take that snippet and go, how much of an idiot is this guy? That's what's going to happen if ever we get like huge.
Oh my God. I got to tell you, if someday I'm like, I'm going to run for office, people are going to go back and just say, see, racist, extremist, super right wing. I'm not super right wing. I'm very moderate. Yeah. And they're just going to go cut through these things, and they're going to get all my worst faces. I'll just make them now so they can just get them from one thing.
Give him the stalker look like.
Here's Johnny.
Right. Like, sorry guys, let's go ahead. That's funny.
Welcome to DYOR Live. On that note, we're looking for sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to sponsor this show and the quality content that you get here, please get in touch with Tom Herlihy at info@DYOR Media, DYORnetwork.media.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Hey, I'm gonna tune in and check these guys out.
I'm so glad I forgot to send that little video snippet. I just forgot. Yesterday, you're like, oh, send this to Corbin, and I was just like, oh yeah, and then I kind of forgot.
I gotta tell you, I for a long time I've been trying to get the Ondo people to be a sponsor because I met a lady that worked for Ondo, and she changed jobs and she's now in the marketing and department and stuff like that, and I keep bugging the hell out of her, and I know at some point either she has or will say, all right, Jesus, I'll click the link and go to his show, and it'll be right at that moment that I'm like
Dude, it is always, but we do have fun here, and we make sure that if we try to stay entertaining and keep you guys there. I got to put like this. Alex Jones, I've been watching some of his stuff. Like I said, I watch everyone. I really do. I try to make sure I have a very problem is sometimes I read through so many articles so quick, I will jumble up what I'm trying to say is I need to take better notes, right? Like legit, like okay, this is this.
We've noticed
this versus just keeping it in the back of my mind, saying, all right, this is what we're going to talk about. And I have it, and I've even said to you, I need to start sending you a list of the stuff that I have. I need to do a better job at taking those notes. Anyways, I say this because we talk about real events, we talk about real situations, and the fact that me and you do not agree on a lot of things, I think is really important.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it. And
F you.
Your mama, you know. And your mother was a goat herder.
Run away! Run away!
Run away! Run away! Oh man! To move.
I fought in the general direction. Are you French?
The holy
holy hand grenade of Antioch.
Oh man! Oh,
not once, not twice, not thrice.
Thrice.
It's just a rabbit. Run away.
Dude. It's just a flesh wound.
If you guys don't know, we're talking about Monty Python's Holy Grail.
God, if you have not watched that movie, you need to go and watch it.
If you guys, whoever's on Instagram, go find on Instagram John Cleese's Instagram account. The other day, he did like this video in which he, in a 5-minute video, almost all of the old Monty Python jokes were in one video, including getting his arms and legs chopped off as if just a flesh wound. It's really funny. Go find John Cleese's. It's one of the. He's not going to live much longer, but it's one of the funniest guys on the internet.
Listen, do me a favor. Take over for about 2 minutes. I got to use a bio break, and I'll be back. Give me a minute.
All right, everybody. Well, Pedro stinks the place up. Crypto Mike says, I got a movie quote. Tell me where it's from. Hey, Laser Lips, your mother was a snowblower. Oh. Your lips, your mother was a snowblade. Laser Lips. It must be a newer movie, like within the past 20 years. I don't know that one. And I'm not gonna grok it. I'm not gonna grok it. I'll sit and suffer until you tell me where it's from. But the Monty Python stuff. Oh my God, John Cleese. Those movies. The Life of Brian. It's Jesus. No, I'm Brian. Short Circuit. Look at that. Short Circuit, the robot movie, right? I think I remember watching Short Circuit 2. And what a disaster that movie was. Short Circuit have Ali Sheedy in it? Was that? Yeah, it's from the 80s. Short Circuit. Yeah. So there's so many movies. Speaking of the movie quotes, one of my friends in Ottawa, Mrs. Striking, was friends with his wife, and then eventually the husbands had to meet. And he's a little bit older than me, but we were sitting around for, having a glass of whiskey before going out to dinner, just chatting like new people do. Like, oh, well, what do you do, Jim? Well, I hang out, and blah, blah, blah. And then he ripped off a line from the Blues Brothers. He knew I'm from Chicago. And so all of a sudden, he just casually used a line from the Blues Brothers. In fact, he said, how often do the trains go? I mentioned where we live in Ottawa. We live near the LRT, the train. And he just casually rips off, how often do the trains go by? And my ears pick up like, so often you don't even notice it? And all of a sudden, we started going back with movie lines from the Blues Brothers. And then I realized he knew all the movie lines that I did of all the same movies and all that type of stuff. Caddyshack and yada, yada, yada. Holy Grail. All that type of stuff. And suddenly, we were best friends. just like that over movie quotes. And I feel sorry. All the movies in the past 20 years or so that have come out, I don't really know the quotes from them. But all the ones from the 80s and 90s, I do. Pedro was just telling a story about how I met the husband of one of Mrs. Striking's friends. We didn't know each other, but he casually used the line, how often do the trains go by, from Blues Brothers? And I responded, so often you don't notice it? And then we were best friends.
Yeah. Yeah. Like there's or like movies from Will Ferrell. I'll be like, did we just become best friends? Yep. Right? Like little things like that. Like it's funny. I go to the movies probably I say once a week. It's almost like me. I have a friend of mine that I take care of, and I take him out on the weekend, and we go to the movies. It's like a little brother to me, and so we we go see a movie, right? And every week, and a lot of these movies that we go see, man, I just gotta admit, they don't there's one I think and I've been doing this now for almost 2 years now, 2+ years, and I can't really say that I've found a movie that was just really impactful that moved me. There was a movie by AI called Afraid. It was like a little thriller. That was a little like nerve wracking because I could see that happening within AI, and it kind of taken over the world. And but that's not like anything abnormal because we've seen that since the late '80s with Terminator 2, right? With Skynet. So
Talladega
like
Nights.
yeah, technically.
Hey, Chip, I'm gonna be all over you like a spider monkey. I want
Yeah.
baby Jesus, 6.5
Baby
pounds,
Jesus.
big golden wings,
Vic-
like you're front row at a Leonard Skinner concert.
Yeah, dude,
I don't even know if
is
that was right, but that.
it's about the same. But I kind of want to pivot back here real quick to just a couple of things here.
Hey,
Right
I'm gonna
now.
do my version of the bio break. I'll be right back.
All right. So I think it's real interesting here, real quick. I've actually had a few people kind of hit me up and ask me to go check out a couple of these meme coins. So let's go ahead and check them out while we're here. First thing we're going to check out is, and we haven't done this in a while, which I normally do. It's funny. I realized yesterday was Technical Tuesday, and I normally go over the top 10 as well. And that normally takes the second hour. And I didn't do that yesterday. And somebody was like, dude, you didn't go over the top 10 crypto yesterday. I was like, oh, you're right. That's why I had so much extra time. So we're going to go and we're going to do that here real quick. So obviously I went over Bitcoin. Ethereum has actually been kind of selling off here. So I was going to just go over quickly the top 10 here. What time do you want to go? Because we're going on 2.5 hours. Okay. Yeah, dude, we had a lot of viewers on Rumble.
Not now, we don't. That last bloop ruined it.
Well, if we stay on, I bet you we can get it back up. I mean, because the thing is if we get people talking in the talking section, it lets the algorithm know. And I could always, we could ask for a rant.
All right,
Like,
let's do
hey.
the top 10 then, Pedro.
All right, sounds good.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. It's raining here in Chicago, and apparently the great internet feed to the massive global headquarters here at DYOR Media goes down in the rain.
Yes, unfortunately. Can they hear us? I just still see a frozen screen with my mouth gaping wide open.
Well, as far as I can tell, we're streaming.
But the view of me, like what I'm seeing as a view, it's. Oh yeah, I see. We're good. Hey, okay, yay, we're back on. All right, so we're gonna take a quick little turn here. Like I said, I had somebody reach out to me yesterday, say, dude, what's up? Like, you didn't go over the top 10 like you normally do, and you normally go over like some coins you're looking at. And I said, you are right. I did not do that. So that I realized that's where we had an extra hour of the market, or of time, where an extra hour of time, because I skipped out on some of the market. So we'll do that here real quick. So Ethereum here, we've been playing off of the weekly and daily 8. So you can see here, we've been playing off of this 8. Right now, we're kind of consolidating. Keyword here is this, is we're seeing a drop in volume as we're dropping here. So that's a good sign potentially for Ethereum of potentially coming back down to that 1400, 1500 area right here, and then finding support and pushing back up. The fact that we're having less volume here is a good sign of basically, hey, most likely this might be looking to kind of stop and regroup and push back up. Now, I know the fees have been dropping off. Basically, people have been using a lot of layer 2s and not necessarily buying Ethereum in regards to that. So that could be one of the issues, but I also don't think, I mean, Ethereum, and see, call me if I'm wrong, but isn't Ethereum in the strategic reserve for crypto?
Yeah, it was the not just Bitcoin as the strategic reserve. Right. The other guys have, like, I don't know, special status of some sort.
Yeah, so Ethereum, that's going to be something that they're going to be picking up. So again, to me, I see this coming down into these lower levels and then coming back up. So I like that 1500 to about 1350 area here. If we come back, tap into that area. If we're lucky, we could see it come down to that $1,000 mark area here as well, and then see it screaming up from there. Let's check out BNB. Come on, BNB.
BNB, sponsored by Crypto Mike of Manitoba. Crypto Mike wisely told us to buy it when it was like $300. Now it's at $600.
Yeah, yep, he did. Down at the 250 area, we saw a scream back all the way up to the very top area of that 793. Came back, hit our demand zone area. I thought we were going to continue down, but we came in with some good volume. And we're kind of putting in a lower high here. You can see the lower high sitting right here. Lower high, a little higher high. No, it'd be lower because we have the higher high over here. So you're seeing this right here, right here. I expect to see this come back down and tap this zone again. And if we see kind of a slowdown in that volume, I expect to see it continue down potentially to that 369 area. That's the next level here from this 612. So it's really 612. We might see a bounce off of here, but I don't think, because it's already been traded through already. So I would expect to see the 500 area kind of get shot through and come back down and test that 360, 350 area. Check XRP here real quick. I sound like Sailor, but for BNB. Straight up, Mikey, but it's okay, bro. It's so okay. You're not telling people to sell their houses, and you're not topping off. You're buying at the lows. So there's a big difference. You can check out here right now with XRP. We talked about as it screamed up into the $3, 330 cent areas that expected to come down. We saw it come back down to the 214. We're seeing again a drop in volume here.
Like that's not good for XRP.
It's not, but over the last few days, though, we've seen a pickup in green volume or buyers stepping in. So we potentially could see it push back up. We're going to wait and see. But we're in a range right now, kind of sitting between that 250 to the 175 area. basically hovering between the 100 and the 200 period moving average as we keep ping-ponging here. So we're going to see, we want to wait and see what it's going to do there. If we start to see volume step in and we bust through that 8 period moving average as we move up, expect it, as I always say, come back, retest on the 8 period moving averages seen at abnormal. Oh, dude, why am I having such a hard time saying words today? Abnormalent. Okay, an excessive amount of volume that comes in to find support and then see it push up. We saw this happen when it was all the way down in here. You remember when we were saying, talking smack, saying they're gonna sell everything, and then we started seeing this, right? And we saw a push through the 8, and I said, actually, this looks like it wants to get going. The amount of volume, I said, we'll wait and see. And then we saw this big day, which is about right here, which had exploded right here. And I said, you know what? It's probably going to push through because we're seeing volume step in. And it was around this day to the next day that it just exploded to the all-time high that we saw it go through.
Which XRP chart is that? Or is it Kraken, Coinbase, or?
This is USDT, or excuse me, USD.
Who's feeding it though? There, it's a
Bitstamp.
Always interested to see how the volume slightly differs between the two.
Let me see here real quick. No, XRP, it's a little bit different.
It doesn't vary a lot. I mean, but it's always interesting to see the difference.
Yeah, it's still just kind of plain patty cake here. Bitfinex. Yeah, so this is the Bitfinex. So actually the Bitfinex, that's the most volume here in relationship to the last few days that we were talking about here. So this is the area that I'm definitely looking for to see if it's going to continue. We want to see it break that 8 and then come back down and push it up. Again, though, I'm not for XRP because I don't believe in what they're trying to do with crypto. But if you are a crypto, like I have a friend of mine who put a ton of money into XRP back here of last spring, not this spring, last spring. It was actually about, was it 2 springs ago? I forget exactly. But basically it was around the 30-cent area. And I said, well, if you're going to get into one, XRP is the one that you'd want to get into. So yeah. And so he asked me about it. I said, yeah, it's good. You should be able to do it. You expect it, I told him I expected to get at least to its all-time high again, which is at around that $3 mark. And he's like, really? You think it's going to get that? And I said, yeah, it will sooner or later. It'll probably push up to there. So obviously we saw it, and I don't know if he's still in it. I haven't talked to this gentleman in a while, but we'll see what's up. All right, so this is what I'm expecting. It potentially could follow that 8 as it comes down. We should see a nice little bounce off that 200 period of that 175, 180 area. Now let's check out TRX. TRX, again, like it is just defying the market. Like you can see here, it's going down, but it's bouncing off that 200 period moving average. And more important, like, and this is why I keep sitting there going, like, it is consistently having volume. Like, look, it's just consistent volume over the last year, 2 years, about the same amount here. You can see, like, it's just starting back here in November of 2024. It's just been consistent at the volume. So I'd expected to push through this 100 period and 200 period moving average and to see it continue up. So it looks like its next leg up is about kind of now. Once it pushes through the 100 period moving average and that 89, it might have one other drop here off of that 200 period moving average sitting right here. But if it does, I'd expected that now from that moment on to push up to the next level here, which would really be their all-time, which I think was 48. Yeah, or 45. So that 45 mark area since is potentially getting ready to get tapped again. They're just consistent. You know, that's one thing about them. I gotta admit, they are consistently just always going up. And I think it's one of the reasons why is they're one of the most well-used blockchains out there. Their fees are low, they're quick, and a lot of people are building on them. So TRX, keep an eye on them if you're looking to be buying them. This price point is a good point. I like it. I was hoping to see come back down to this lower level here, but we found support on the 200 here, where this base is sitting right here. So that's what I expect to see us either come down a little bit more, maybe to that 22 cents, but the 22, 23 cent area compared to potential 45 bounce is it's a nice little area to pick up some of TRX. Right here, if you look at Doge is sitting on the support here. I thought we were going to see a big push, but you know, the reality is we're, you know, it's just kind of consolidating here. So we're putting in these levels here. We can bounce off of this, maybe get ready for it to bounce off of that 8 period and then continue down into that 14 to 13 cent area for Doge. If you're looking to pick some up, that's where I would pick them up and potentially might be a good place for you. Let's check out Matic. Matic has been really interesting here. I knew that there was a lot of stuff going on with it, but they're still coming back down to that 19 cent area, 18 cents. So I'm definitely looking at that 18 to 17 cent area. You can see we put in a new lower high, another lower high, you know, this was a lower low, but that was a low. You can see we have a lower low here, and we're about to put in that next lower low in the next few days here, where it's going to be tapping this zone here. So expect to see again an 1871 to 1733 area. Let's check out ADA. I know you're hurting. Sorry.
Poor Matic.
Poor Matic. Are you out of that play, or are you still in that?
No, it's audit chains.
Yeah.
Token, so or LP. So it's audit chain did very well selling its nodes, and the price, the demand for the underlying token went up because those nodes need those. You need to stake them to get them to run. So the price went up because of that. So good. It's giving us a good base. And then the price of Matic went down by 2/3 again. So it devalues everything back to where we started. You're like, God damn it.
So that's the way it rolls, man. But
What'd you just bring up there? ADA.
This is ADA. So Cardano, our good old friend Cardano, which is also another one that is in the strategic reserve, I believe. Let me make sure I got them correctly here. What are the...
Well, we stick it out for a little bit, Pedro, and but I have to take a little bit longer bio break.
Alrighty, there you go. So on the strategic reserve areas here, it's Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and Cardano. So those are the ones that are going to be put into it. So ADA is definitely one of the ones. You can see here, this was the explosion of the news of the crypto reserve. It literally went from 63 cents all the way to 218. So it literally doubled. And you can see it's kind of come back down area to this to the low area here, which is going to be that 58, 55 area here, or 52. So I'd expect to see us follow that 8 period moving average until we really start to see what is going to happen with the US government and how they're actually going to really propose and buying ADA. Are they going to do it on the kind of the back way, or are they going to actually buy on the open market? We'll see what happens there. So as we move forward, but it's one of the ones, but as I'm definitely buying it. It's become part of one of the ones that I buy in my portfolio. And I'm looking to keep hold of it as on a monthly basis. I buy it just like I do with Crow, just like I do with a few of these other ones. This is one of the ones that I've definitely looked to just start buying. That's it. because the U.S. government is going to start buying it. So I want to buy in at these low levels. And then over the next, 20, 30 years, we'll see this thing potentially get much higher. At least I hope. On top of that, you can stake ADA on many of the platforms out there. So you can earn, 4 to 6% on your ADA yearly. By staking it. So it's also another way to earn appreciation without the capital appreciation of the actual coin. So that's one thing that you can look at. Let's check out Solana. Again, Solana is part of the strategic reserve. We saw that huge day here between where it went to 170. I think it went all the way up to, or when was it? It was right here. I'm sorry. It was this day here where it went from, what is this, 126 all the way back up to 170, and then just kind of trickled back down to this lower area here. Again, following the 8, you can see it's been following the 8 period moving average. It's been a little slippage here, but if you can pull to the weekly, you can see here they've just been basically following the 8 period moving average on the weekly. And you can see that this month we started off by going up first, which many of us know if it goes first up, then what should we see? It go down by the end of the month. So right now we're also bouncing off the 100 period moving average. And I really like that 95 to 76 area potentially for Solana if we do push through here, just simply because it's going to be a nice little buy area where I could pick up quite a bit. Well, I won't say quite a bit, but I'll be able to buy up some stuff. I have a friend of mine who's really hoping he can come back down to that 26 to the $4 mark area. I'm gonna be really happy with that. Whoop whoop! Shout out to DYOR. We got what's up, Mr. What's up, DYOR Media. All right, so next. All right. Finishing off, let me finish off Solana here. So the key point is if we don't hold off of that 100-day period moving average, the next spot is, like I said, that 93 to 70 to that 79 cent area. And then after that, it's a swing. The next real area of support is going to be down at that 18 to $3 mark area. It's this area that you just saw the epic rise up. Like I said, I'm buying this literally because it's becoming part of the US strategic reserve as in crypto. And so it's silly not to. At least personally, I think it's silly not to, knowing that the US is going to be backing this and buying it over the next umpteen years. So that's why I'm looking to be purchasing this thing, just purely from a standpoint of 30 to 40 years out, potentially giving this off to my children or my grandchildren, right? That's really what I'm looking for. The other one is TON here, which is basically the Telegram coin. We came down to our area of $2, $2.60. $2 area. Like I said, I was hoping to get back down here, but it didn't. Found some support, and we're watching it go up. And the key point behind here is who's really going to take over TON. Is this going to remain a independent group, or is there going to be a major entity government group that's going to take this over? We'll see. We'll find out what happens there. But it's really interesting to see that even in the midst of all their turmoil that they went through, right, we're seeing it. We saw the sell-off, but almost a V-shaped recovery. So right now they're currently at that $3 or $4 mark here. Hopefully you guys picked up some. I bought a little bit. I didn't buy a ton, but I bought a little bit at here. And so it's picking up a little bit up. It's going up. It's following the 8. My biggest point here is I want to see it come on the weekly with a lot more volume. But you can see here on the weekly on TON, we're seeing a decrease in volume. So it's not necessarily boding well for me to buy a lot more of it. I want to wait until it comes back down to that 250, 270 mark, to about that 220 area. So that's really where I'm looking at it from a price point for myself. Also, this is also really important to be paying attention to, is DOT. DOT, again, is one of those coins that is just a fundamental coin. I think we're going to see DOT get and put into, again, the strategic reserve. There's a lot of news on it that correlates with it, but ultimately it's one of those ones, again, it's a fundamental blockchain. The protocol that it has does a lot of intrinsic movement within the crypto market, and so I just, you can't discount DOT. And let's not forget that its all-time high was $55, right? And right now it's sitting at the $4 mark, and we've actually been kind of just playing off of this area here. You can see that there's been an accumulation in this level. So this, where it's at right now, that 413 is a potential area that I would buy, but I'm hoping that it comes back down to that $2 mark where I can pick up quite a bit, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're announced as a strategic reserve coin. So that would be kind of cool to sit there and see. So that's really, I've kept my eye on DOT to see what's going to happen. AVAX one is kind of hurts me, right? I expected to see AVAX get back up to that 109 area, and this one I was completely off. Normally I'm pretty good at it, but this one I was completely off. We saw it come down through the 8, and it's just kind of come back and retest it. So my friend, Mr. Chris Alexander, I told him, man, yeah, we should see the next area here be that 109, 119, and I was wrong. And so I feel bad in case if you didn't sell, man. That was my bad. And I know you said this was going to be a long-term hold for you. I know that you said you got in at around like the $10 mark, and it got all the way up to 50, 60 bucks, man. And so, you know, it was my bad. That's my bad. I thought we were going to keep moving up. The other part behind it, though, is if you're looking to get in on it, again, I'd expect it to come back down to that $16 mark. Right now, we're playing with that $19. I expect this to come back down further, because if you look at the last week, we put a big seller wick in, and now we're going up on the first part of this month. So I expect us to come back down into this level. I think we're going to come tap below that 15, potentially come tap that 10, and then push up. So we'll find out what happened. Quick question for you, if you could do me a favor, Tom. Is AVAX, is that a U.S. company, or is AVAX outside the U.S.?
A good question. Let's look it up on CoinGecko here.
Yeah, I think that would be really important to know. But yeah, if it is, again, I could see this one becoming another strategic reserve.
Yeah, just a couple of days ago, we were celebrating that Chris's investment came back, and now it's lasted again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this was less than a couple of days. It was a couple of weeks ago. So,
all right, this was team founded by Cornell University professor. Blah 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 blah. Well, it was founded in the U.S.
Yeah, where's the home domicile?
I don't actually have any CoinGecko strategically, seemingly as poor information on it.
AVAX. The home domicile for AVAX cryptocurrency is the United States. It was deployed by Ava Labs, a company founded by immigrant Ghanaians. Yeah, so it's U.S.
Of course, because our guest commentator, Patrick Dougherty, teaches at Cornell and knows the guy and did the legal work for Avalanche. Right.
That's why. Yeah,
right.
Of course. So that's all right. So AVAX, again, any type of crypto that is literally US, that is a good crypto, I'm looking to buy, because I don't see like it not getting unnoticed by Trump. Now, obviously, the popularity of, you know, Solana, Bitcoin, Ethereum, right? These are major stuff, as well as XRP, you know, these, you know, or Cardano. These are major names. AVAX is a major name, but I wouldn't say it's like really out there. But I hear that its blockchain is bar none, like in step with everybody else's, and actually even runs a little bit smoother for gaming. So in the same sense, I can't see it going away, and it's seeing it getting used as part of the strategic reserve. So for myself, I'm definitely looking to be picking up some of this as it continues down into that $11 mark. So you got two markers here. We bounced off of the 8 here. We came back down. We closed, and we're sitting around that 19 again. I have that $15 to about $11 area mark where I want to be buying up some more. Let's check out Litecoin. Litecoin here has been kind of floundering per se. And what's interesting behind Litecoin though is that it's acted as more or less, I forgot it's daily. It's acted as more or less as a support level almost for Bitcoin, which has really been interesting watching how it plays. It's actually, hey Tom, there you go. All right. You can see here that Litecoin has been dropping off here, but we've been playing off of that 8. We have if we fall below that $80 mark, the next part of that $70 or $79 mark is literally 59 to 55 area. It is a drop. So we're talking we potentially could lose almost 50% of its value here pretty quick if we don't hold above this level. Now, over the last few days, we've seen a pickup in volume here, as you can see, comparative to, let's say, the last month, right, since mid-March here. And you can see here, as we were coming down here, we saw a pickup of sellers per se. But on the back end, I do like Litecoin. It's one of the things I'm definitely looking at. If it comes down to that $50, $49 area, I'm picking some up on the cheap there. Is Litecoin Litecoin, not light.
I think Litecoin is like Bitcoin. Didn't they just release it and there's no organization behind it?
Let's just check real quick. Domicile in the. It could be. I think so, but I just want to check here real quick. Litecoin does not have any specific domicile in the traditional sense, as it is a decentralized cryptocurrency. However, it was created by Charlie, a former Google engineer in the United States, the Litecoin Foundation, which supports its development and adoption, is based in Singapore. Let me know if, okay, cool. So it's really kind of, it's Singapore in the US. All right, interesting. But again, that's what I expect. If we can't get above that 8 period moving average as we're moving up, probably going to go lower. Shiba Inu. Shiba Inu has been playing games with people's hearts for many a months here. Many a month. Just ask Zach Humphreys. Feel bad for that, brother. Holding strong here. We're coming back down again. We're falling below this 8 period. You can see here, I expected to see maybe it potentially could get up to the highs here, but it's just not finding support. And when we did see a nice little bump right here, you can see that the sellers just overwhelmingly kind of came in and said, no, we're not, we're going down. And that's what we're seeing here. In addition to that, we're seeing a little increase in seller volume over the past 5 days, 6 days. So we potentially could be coming back down to the lower levels of that 4010 area here. So I'm actually going to remove this right here. And this is the area that I'm really kind of looking for again, for us to come and tap into it. We did hit our area here for this trade we talked about here, and it looked like it just kind of sold off from here. So a nice little play here. Let's check out some of my faves here. ICP is selling off again. I think ICP is a good play. One of the things that it does obviously is internet computing, and it's one of the ones that I'm definitely looking as a storage unit. That's always something I think that we're going to need. The lower levels here again, around that $5 mark to that $3 mark, are the areas that I'm looking into be purchasing ICP, and potentially we could come back down to the lows of $2.80 to the $3 mark as well. So potentially we can hit that. I'm not going to draw those zones here just yet, but these are just some of the ones that I'm looking at. Next, let's check out H&T. H&T sold off pretty hard. I thought we were going to continue again. We did not. We actually found a little rebound here off of this level here. Where is that level? Oh, maybe I didn't have it. I need to go back and check it. But you can see here, we've been playing off the 50 period moving average, which is the monthly 8. Actually, let's see here real quick. That weekly 8, it's actually been playing off of it and holding strong as resistance. But I think H&T is a nice little play here. The actual highs of this, I believe the all-time highs was like $50. So personally, obviously this chart doesn't show it. I think we potentially could see a big push in H&T. It's one of the ones that I look at because I think it's a unique situation, what they're building. And so it's one of my ones I'm looking at. Between $3 and $1.50 is just a good deal to be smart to buy. You can also stake it. Most platforms allow you to stake it. So again, along with capital appreciation, you can also receive a staking reward with it. The other one I've been looking at, and which one am I going to most likely say? Crow. Crow here has been definitely just kind of consolidating here. Only problem is it's showing weakness here. So we have more seller wicks than we do buyer wicks. We have small buyer wicks here. So for me, it's one of those ones that I'm just not seeing here. That's going to most likely go up. I expect us to kind of come back down and retap that 7-cent mark to about that 8-cent mark before we see any real players here step back in. I was hoping it was going to continue, but I just get to dollar cost average even more at these lower levels. So I'm kind of happy about that. All right. So that's it.
Hold on. With Crow, you've always been a crowing supporter.
Yep.
What do you think? Where's their future going to come from? Is it because they're going to? I mean, right now, in my mind, the exchange kind of has a hands off with Crow, the decentralized version. It seems to me that with the easing of the regulatory climate in Washington D.C., that there would be more of a hands-on thing. And promoting the decentralized version from the central, in moving projects from decentralized into the central exchange, all that type of stuff, all the good things that you see other people do. Is that their future, or what needs to happen with them to really get it going?
I think I really don't know more from a fundamental standpoint. I'm really looking just for people who are accumulating and selling it, more of a. And so really what happens is buyers just need to step in, and whatever that looks like, whether that is them revamping and really putting a lot of effort into the decentralized system, then boom, that happens. Or whether that is simply I accrue it and I see, a 10% move every year, just simply because of the amount of growth that people are going to use. You're going to use a few, I hate to say, there's Coinbase, there is Kraken, there's Crow, and maybe Mexi, right, that Americans really use, and the adoption and the ease of it. So they're an easy use money exchange avenue that you can use to get into crypto. That's the only thing I could sit there and say, hey, look, that we're probably going to see it move. And the hands-off perspective is I kind of like it because I don't have to worry about manipulation. There's real volume, and they're always trying to build their business versus trying to pump the coin. And so I respect that, and so ultimately it could just be used as more of adoption because people want to use their decentralized system and as well as their centralized system by receiving. I mean, you can buy Crow and a lot of times get 20% interest rates yearly. 20% off of staking rewards.
That's nice.
Right. So like just that alone would make me, people literally buy bonds for that particular reason, right? But hopes that they could get, or even junk bonds from corporate junk bonds, right? you're hoping to get maybe 10%, 12% off of that, knowing it could fall apart. It's kind of the same thing. I think Crows might become one of those ones where it's backed by a business, and those stake and rewards come in off of the business, much like a insurance company product that you would use based off that insurance. And so there's a lot of people who use it, and they've got a great marketing system. They've got a great onboarding system. It's simple. It's not hard. And there's a lot of protection there. So,
well, we would like Kronos to sponsor DYOR Media.
Actually, it's funny. I actually have a friend of mine, or he came on the show. He's actually sponsored by Crow.
Tommy?
No, not Tommy. Shogun. Yeah. He got sponsored by something that happened. Also, isn't Zach also sponsored?
Not by Crow.
Oh, all right. Well, either way, I do like them, and that's what I sit there and see. I think they spend their money on advertising to get it out there, and they put money into the ecosystem. They're now offering stocks, which again is one of those things I'm like, man, y'all are buying stocks. This is kind of crazy. Like, and you're offering them, which is, again.
Imagine this. You're on an analyst phone call with Ford. You're listening to analyst. Well, we took $11 billion this quarter in sales, and we were able to distribute $1.50 to the shareholders per share. And looks like the share price is going to go from 13. We're shooting for $13.78, and all of a sudden a bunch of people are like, Moon, when Moon, Lambo. Shit, $13. 10x. We got to 10x this thing. How do we 10x this thing, guys? All right, let's pump it. Let's get some ads going. Let's get some marketing. And the old crew in there is like,
what's Moon?
Yeah, 10x. Tesla? No. Shit, this thing's going to be $130 by the end of the week. End of the week? What the hell are you talking about?
Right.
Shit, we got rugged. We're done. Let's go. Let's try Chevy.
It's funny, man, but it's true. It's like it's
having random people pick apart your marketing plan.
Oh, right.
I see you're spending $20 million on this ad with the old lady in it. Guys, come on. Let's get a hot blonde in there. Get some AI boobs on her.
Get a big old booty girl. Get some eyes on.
Get it on TikTok with some girl in a little outfit doing a dance.
Bro. They're talking about DJing, dude. That is so crypto. I mean, crypto, right? Like, forget, this whole entire corporate dignity, like, keep it professional. They're like, nah, bro, we about that money, bro. When are we going to see this thing pump?
And today in other news, Ford stock 10x'd in an hour and a half. And then it dropped by 50%. And then it 10x'd again. And then it went back down to $1. News at 11.
Right, dude. That's great. That's absolutely great. So it's just these little things I'm kind of seeing. It's going to be really interesting to see is KuCoin. Are they going to allow KuCoin to come back? And if they do allow KuCoin to come back into the ecosystem of the United States, will Trump say, hey, you need to move your operations back here into America? We want to see it. You can't be out there in China or whatever. No, bro. No,
you're damn right. If they went up to him or to associate number 6 and said,
yeah,
we're going to come back and invest $100 million. We're going to invest $100 billion in the U.S.
Yeah. Please come on back.
Come right in. Oh, and that old agreement with the SEC that
don't worry
shredder.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff like that. I mean, we're definitely going to see things like that where, tax-free entities for crypto exchanges. We're definitely going to see things that correlate, because here's the thing: they hire people, and then the amount of money that a crypto exchange makes is a lot more money than a traditional finance. But traditional finance has such huge that they make money in the volume of it, right?
Right.
Versus crypto, but I also see, I literally was buying at 7 cents. And it jumped all the way up to almost 12 cents. It doubled literally in almost 2 weeks, right? So you don't really see that with any type of crypto or any type of TradFi, right? And And so I'm willing to sit there and say, yeah, I'm buying, maybe it cost me 3% to get in here for each, for $100, I'm paying $3. But I literally just saw it go from $100 all the way to almost, $175 now. Right. And in additionally to that, they're paying me 4%, 5% to hold on to this, for staking. So that in itself, again, increases. And one thing about them, which I really like, is, like they're saying, hey, this is APY of 4.5, but we hold it for 3 months. So 3 or 2 months. And I don't think they'll have anything longer than a year. So you literally stake it for three months. From there, a lot of times, because you staked it, they give you better rewards, right? So the next time you come around, you want to stake it, and you staked it on that, they'll say, hey, restake it here, and we'll give you an extra maybe 10%. You start at 5%, and your first 2 months, or your first 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we'll put you at 20%. And then when you get out of the next 3 months. So it's these type of situations that TradFi sits there and goes, man, that's money, right? And
Right.
the amount of people they can hold, it's a different mindset of investors, because we do expect to see a 10x. I will expect to see it going from $2 billion market cap here in 20 years. I want to see that 300 billion, 400 billion, right? Like that's crypto. It's even in.
I guess there's some correlation to the pink sheets and over-the-counter stocks and things like that, but they don't have $2.8 billion valuations on them. I mean, the typical, pink sheet or crappy company that's the what do they call them? The boiler rooms pump. Their value is it's a $4 million company. Or close to zero. Each share is worth 1/1000th of a cent. And they get 2 people to buy it, and it pumps the price up by 100%. So that the volatility we see in crypto is way more, and it scares a lot of people in traditional finance. Like I said, the world. I say this a lot. The world is run by risk management people, and the risk management people that are currently in charge are in their 60s, grew up in the 80s and 90s with just the U.S. dollar and traditional finance. And so they've got certain ways of doing things, and the underlings are all crypto people now. I mean, every 30-year-old in the United States has got some exposure to crypto of some sort. And when those people move up the ranks in risk management, they'll understand crypto, and they'll bring more of the institutional money into it. That's for sure.
Yeah, what's even more interesting
which will make it less volatile.
Well, I don't think, in the first part, it will be very volatile. But I think what's so interesting is to actually see the future markets move. Like Solana. Solana is now becoming a CME future, and you can actually trade it. And it's literally a 20-to-1, a 30-to-1 movement. So every dollar that, Solana moves, it literally is like $20, $30. I don't know if they're going to, I think the big contract, the small contract is, I think 1.5, which is the micro, but the mini is, I think it's 10 or 20, and then the large contract on that is almost like a 50, which is like the institutions and what they buy. And so it's really interesting to sit there, see these products come about. And so if somebody wants to, let's say I got a short on the actual coin itself, right? Or I'm buying it, but I want to protect the downside. So I can actually go to the CME futures and say, you know what, let me take a contract here over the next month, and we'll see what happens, right? So it's like it protects me on both ends. So it's real interesting to see what happens as we start to really get the institutions really to set things up. But remember, for any time that a company wants to go in, and anytime the CME wants to go in and create a futures contract, they actually have to have deliverables, which means that if you carry a contract to expiration, then that expiration, if you hold on to it, you receive real product.
Right. They got to transfer you the Solana or the Bitcoin. I wonder if they've done that. I wonder if anyone's actually taken delivery.
Well, it's just started, but I know that Ethereum, they do it, as well as Bitcoin. So, and they have to have a reserve of real Bitcoin to give somebody that amount, right? It's not just something that they're...
And they don't want to have to go out and buy it at market prices. If the price happens to be high, they'll try and push the market down too.
Yeah, that's exactly what they'll do. If they have to do it, they'll drop the market to give you a correct market, to give themselves a correct market value to keep themselves. This is why I always say, like, I bet you this big push in Solana, it was definitely, where's Solana here? I think really came in from the CME. Like when I look at it and this big push, the CME, and again, I really don't know, right? Like I don't know. But first of all, any coin that's in the treasury here, that's going to go into the crypto, I would say crypto's treasury, but the crypto, why am I forgetting what that's called? Crypto reserve. Wow, it was so hard. In the crypto reserve, I think every one of those are going to become an actual commodity. We'll see those go on. So that's why I am apt to sit there and see a sell-off of that, and then see the CME buy in as much as they can as possible, right? As much as possible at the low levels before it really starts to catch fire and push up. When you look at in the CME contracts for crypto, they're still, they're not even above 100 million, excuse me, 100,000 contracts, right? Not even close. Like, I think they maybe do a daily 10,000 contracts. I know that that Solana only has had it's only been trading, I think 3 weeks now, 2 weeks, and it only has like 400 contracts a day, 300 contracts a day. So that's basically like one every minute or one every 2 minutes, right? Of a 8-hour trading period. So it's just one of those things that it's still very illiquid, but as time progresses and we start to see it just pick up, it's just, again, they're going to be more products for them to use, and crypto guys are going to sit there and want to hedge their bets, right, from the actual coin itself, and be able to take shorts or longs, either to double up and buy more, right? And so we'll see what happens there. But ultimately, as we keep progressing into this new era of finance, decentralized blockchain deliverables are going to be a real thing with the CME. And that's going to be something that's going to be kind of crazy as we start to move forward.
My trading view login isn't working.
Oh no, that's not good.
Oh,
they change your.
They did something that they shouldn't have, because I'm not going to say it on there.
Yeah, as everybody knows, I absolutely love TradingView. So, it is kind of late in the day for me, and I do need to get going, my friend.
I need to do laundry. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. Another episode of Crypto Swamp Creatures coming out tomorrow. Appreciate everyone tuning in and watching the Swampies, our sister show here with Chris and Justin, talking about how crypto, digital assets, and Washington, D.C. mix. That's after the election happened, they didn't think they were going to have much to talk about, but it turns out they have even more to talk about.
Actually, it's almost 4 o'clock. Trump's going to be speaking here in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's go to the news and see what is going on here.
Yeah, dang, I gotta. We normally are off by this time, so let's see if we can play it. Let's see if we can play what he's gonna say, and see if we can get it on Mr. Rumble. By the way, 5 guys that are watching us over on Rumble, thank you so much. I know me and Tom are probably one of them, and then
I'm not watching the Rumble.
Oh no, so it'd be 76 Norton and maybe a couple other people. Shout out to 6.
I was when I was in the bathroom break.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So give me 1 minute. While you kind of get that ready, I'm gonna run again and use the bio because I need to use it. So I will be back probably in about 5 minutes. So give me a few.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see what we can do to cover Mr. Trump's. Let's see. Assuming that the old news stations are going to cover it here, I'm going to grab Fox News here, as they're 100% going to cover it. Let's see. Wiccan politics. All right, let's just use this one then. Let's see if I can feed this to you guys here.
It's at more than half the price off. This isn't just a caffeine fix. This coffee is infused with CA-AKG. So this is a breakthrough compound to support cellular growth and protection. So this is more than just a cup of coffee. This can boost endurance and reduce biological aging by up to 8 years in 7 months. And let me tell you, everyone on television, we're trying to beat Father Time, and this is a great natural way to do that. So inside the bundle, you're getting their longevity coffee, the ultra rare pea berry roast, an exclusive.
I grabbed it right in the middle of one of their long ass
offer
ads
that you won't find anywhere else. This is over $250.
All right, so it looks like we'll be able to bring you Mr. Trump's.
You're getting that for $99, but there's only 1,000 being released. And as I said before, when it comes to these deals, I'm going to jump on this right after work today. So I hope that we can
Rumble,
sell out this 1,000 today on the Make America Wealthy Again stage before I get my hands on this. So I'm challenging you, the viewers, to do so. If that's not enough, every dollar you spend gets a shot at winning a Cybertruck and also $30,000 cash.
All right, untune that down a little bit there. Put the ethereal music back on while we wait for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, who's with us still on Rumble here? It's been a long day. I'm going to be in transferring operations to Florida, visiting some family members for the next couple of weeks. So our schedule will be on and off as I take to the golf links again. But we're trying to crank up the viewership here because we're in the Rumble Creator Program. I forgot to tell Pedro that we got notified we are now in the Rumble Creator Program. So big deal for us. All we need is we need to have at least 33 people watching us on Rumble at the same time, and then we can read their ads that they put in front of us, and then we can make some cash. 2 cents per viewer. Looks like they're waiting for Mr. Trump to come out
at home, but I can't remember someone who has been so rude and disrespectful regardless of political ideology in an honorable role in Congress. Let's make politics great again, maybe even kind again. Let's gather more flies with honey, as they say. Jasmine Crockett, I'm going to give them a freebie for their communications team. Run Jasmine Crockett. We'd love to see that, because someone like J.D. Vance or Ron DeSantis or Marco Rubio or whoever is the Republican nominee come 2028, we'll have a field day with someone who is just as deplorable as she is. But now, on to something happier, of course, awaiting President Trump at the Make
called
America Wealthy Again event. This
Crockett
is
deplorable.
Liberation Day, as President Trump has been speaking of on Truth Social, how excited he is for the reciprocal tariffs to take place. Of course, the Rose Garden. You see that they're live, adorning with the beautiful American flags. Also, some hard hats and our middle class. This is what it's all about. The deep state globalists, the living former presidents, these are President Trump's predecessors, are globalists. And I name them almost daily on the show. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and Joseph R. Biden Jr., otherwise known as Autopen, gave up the middle class to the globalists. They sold this country out. The proof is in the pudding. We see it on a daily basis. President Trump has really pulled that curtain open.
You're listening to Right Side Broadcasting
the social media
here.
At White House, you can follow them now on Truth Social. You see
it's
the fact
a station mostly on
whether
Rumble.
it's the MAGA Minute with Caroline Levitt,
they make
other videos
me
the White House
look
is
like a
producing.
super
You see the
socialist
record
communist.
of these
They're
past
so right wing. They just
administrations
called
with
George
NAFTA,
Bush
with
one of
different
the problems.
engagements overseas, with the nation building, with the weapons of mass destruction that never existed. Thank you, George W. Bush.
One of the problems is that they run out of things to say. And so they,
intervention, the military
Pedro,
industrial complex, the
I'm
deep
just
state,
rebroadcasting,
the
Right Side
bureaucracy.
Broadcasting.
I can go on
And I was
going to
say,
they now a
first of all, we'll get no
Republican front,
copyright claims
a
from them.
group of people,
And
populist and
two,
big tent in nature.
They're so right,
who
they
are
make
willing
me
to ask
look
those tough
like
questions. We saw it
crazy
yesterday with
socialist like
Congresswoman
Lenin.
Anapolina Luna from the Sunshine State of Florida.
And they run out of things to say. They wait
asking
for Trump because
people,
Trump
this expert panel on
says
the
he's going to be on
JFK
at 4, but it's
assassination,
always
mind you,
4:10,
not
4:15. They run out of things to
necessarily
say, and they let their guys
in fact, many of them liberal
speak like
Democrats
us,
or
except that
even
they've got 10,000 people
socialists
watching
who
on Rumble
want
and another
this country to
20,000 on
operate
YouTube.
freely
And they just
and fairly
ad-lib it, and they
understand
say the
that
craziest
free
stuff.
and fair decisions and elections and
They just say the craziest
transparency
stuff.
will ensure a constitutional republic as envisioned by our founders nearly 250 years ago. And that includes the filmmaker Oliver Stone. That's what's been so
I think you
interesting
switched
about
mics
this
or something. Your mic
MAGA
isn't,
big tent movement that goes
I can hear you,
beyond
but barely.
one
There
person.
you go.
President
What about now? Can you hear me now?
Donald
Is that
Trump,
better?
Yeah.
has been speaking on these issues going back to 1987, if not even
I'm
before.
gonna turn-
He would go on
While
Oprah
this guy's,
Winfrey's show and talk about the time
I'll get
that
the
the
screen up so we can
Japanese
watch it better
government
here, too.
was manipulating
while you're
their
doing
currency,
that.
just as the Chinese Communist
These guys,
Party
they're
is today.
really right.
And that's something that
But here's the
Ronald
thing.
Reagan
There's some
holds in
stuff, like
common
you said, they
with
bring up good
President
stuff
Trump.
at
So
times.
many
You're like,
different
Yeah, they
policy
do.
points, but the fact
But then
that he
other
was
times you're
known as
like,
the free
bro.
market capitalist.
What?
But what's easily forgotten towards the end of the Reagan tenure in that second term, he slapped a 100% tariff on
All right,
the
let me get
Japanese
this
government.
TV
And we were
bigger.
friends quickly after that incredible conflict of World War II, roughly 40 years after that or so, being trading partners and relying on one another as we do today with many of their great industries, including Toyota, among other brilliant companies. But at that time, the Japanese were taking advantage of world markets in an unfair
All right,
way.
so
President
we're
Trump
ready
was
for
there
this.
talking about
Ready
it.
for Mr.
Oprah
Trump. We're
Winfrey
putting
was
in the
once
hours today so we
in
can.
the same seat as President
Pedro,
Trump saying, oh
I
my
forgot to
goodness,
tell
we've
you.
read letters to Trump. It's really quite
I got an email
entertaining.
from Rumble.
She would write letters to
And
President
it said,
Trump saying
"Welcome
how
to the
much she
Creator
enjoyed
Program."
Mar-a-Lago and also the fact that
So
they
we are
came together, they
official
could help change
partners
the world and protect the middle
of Rumble
class.
Broadcasting.
President Trump mentioning
So
how much
can we
she
make
enjoyed dining
suggestions
at
and
Mar-a-Lago
saying, hey,
with a
this
couple
is
of
trash?
pieces of key lime pie.
You know, how
And
to
Yes,
make it
this
better.
in fact, we
key lime
can.
pie. That's
However,
one of my
until we get about
personal
1 million
favorites
viewers.
as well. As
I
you
don't
look
think they're
live,
gonna
there's
listen
Steve
to it.
Witkoff. He is part
But
of
it's a
this
start.
and
We're
really
now an official
enjoyable,
partner. They sent me the
amazing,
link to
incredible
use their
job he's
official
doing
logos and
as
all
the
that type of
Middle East
stuff.
envoy, but it seems as if he's involved
And
with so
so,
many different fronts,
as
including
they say,
saving
good
hostages
things
like
are
Mark
happening with
Fogel
that.
out of Russia.
We
of
just
course,
have
our
to
Secretary,
maintain,
Department of Homeland Security.
certain standards,
Christine
of which
Noem. So
nothing-
many
what you
great
say is a
cabinet
standard.
officials and staff
The
on
standards
hand for
are
this incredible
got to have
ceremony
so much
and
broadcasting
announcement.
per month. We have to broadcast 5 hours a month in Rumble Premium,
Some of the major governments around the world,
which
I
is
asked
only
President Trump
available
about this
to our viewers who
personally
subscribe
when we
to
had the
us
opportunity
that pay the
to visit with
$99
him
a year.
en route to
But we also
PEI
get a
from Joint
referral
Base
code, so people get a
Andrews, about to
discount
board
from
Air
that too.
Force One.
And if
I
someone
asked Mr.
uses
President,
our
what do you think
sign-up
about
code,
this?
we
You have
get a
the
little vig from that.
Australians
How about that?
that are not going to join
There you go,
in
but
reciprocal
we have
tariffs.
to
They see it as
sign.
bad for their
So we have to do
country.
5 hours there's
I said,
at least
please explain how this will work
that
out
we
for
don't
Americans.
have
It
any
will bring tremendous
Rumble
wealth.
subscribers.
And we're estimating around $5 trillion, if not
Now,
more,
there are
coming
some
from
catch-22s
the
here. I get it.
and their numbers as they're breaking it down.
So we have to
Here
do
you see
5
live
hours a month
Vice
in Rumble
President
Premium,
JBee Vance in attendance
which
on a
what you
rather
do is you just, but what like
cloudy day
Steve Crowder
in
does,
the nation's capital, but
first hour of his
nonetheless,
show
beautiful as always,
is
the Rose
open. The
Garden
second
in a
hour, when they
unique
talk more
spot
smack, is
right
premium
outside
only.
of the
So
Oval
what
Office for
we'll do
President Trump
occasionally
to
is just,
really detail what this will
we'll
look
have
like with
additional
reciprocal tariffs. This was a day he
top
was
10
looking
content or
immensely
something.
forward to. Really, the hallmark of
I don't know,
his
the last 20
presidency
minutes of a couple of
among
shows, or
peace
last
through strength
40
and
minutes
also
or something.
securing the border.
But it's
Really,
at
it
least
goes
1 hour a
hand in
week,
hand with
roughly,
the economy, as he's
of
mentioned.
premium-only
Too
content.
many jobs stolen by
And then
globalist
they start
policies,
giving us
too many
ads to read,
manufacturing
and
plants
we make
shut
money
down
on that type
and
of stuff.
sent
So
to
if
Mexico.
all of a sudden you
In
hear me
fact,
say,
I've seen it myself. I've seen
NyQuil,
family
for
cars
those of you that
past
can't sleep at night
the
and are
old
stuffed
mobile
up,
that used to be around, or
use
other great cars
NyQuil. And they
they've
sound
had
like
over
a
the course of
1950s
20+
host.
years.
You'll know I'm
You
reading
get
an
those
ad.
from Mexico, and you
They put up.
end up with a lemon because they weren't high quality. They weren't
Can you hear the
well-manufactured,
broadcast?
being
Yes, I
overseas
can.
and in
Yeah,
certain
I'm over
countries.
I have it low
just
right
not
now. Let me
up
turn
to
it a
par,
little lower.
especially our
Until they
friends
start
in the
talking
South.
about it.
They have run
But
the
that's what these
country
guys do. You'll just all of a
around.
sudden hear him
Unfortunately,
just read something. He just
DHS
did one when you were out
Secretary Chrissy Noem, meeting
about
with Claudia Sheinbaum,
razors.
the president of Mexico. She said there's a lot of work to be done on a number of things, whether it's
These guys
the
are
fentanyl
on
poisoning,
Rumble.
stopping that fully, getting there.
Yeah, Right
We've
Side
seen
Broadcasting.
border
They're on
crossings
YouTube
just
also,
last
but
month
they
down
have a
to 8,000.
huge
We've
following
had,
on
in
Rumble,
certain
and they do a
cases,
lot of
auto
Rumble-only
pen
stuff
president
because
and Alejandro
YouTube
Mayorkas,
censors them.
his
Yeah.
In front of
alleged
this now? Yeah, I'm in front of it.
Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, and maybe part-time borders are with
They're waiting
Kamala
for Trump. I
Harris.
don't know where Trump
They
is.
didn't really seem to do their job.
Where
We have
is that
cases of
exactly?
thousands and thousands, 60,000
at the White
plus
House?
coming over in one
Yeah,
month.
the Rose Garden.
Sometimes even more, into the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
But now just 8,000 last month, and it becomes less and less.
Come
and
on,
less
Mr. Trump, get out here.
as
We
we're
want
not
to
even
hear how
reaching
we're all going to be
100
wealthy.
days
Because right now,
of
Pedro, we're worth
the
how much?
administration.
$170,000
So this is
each.
a star-studded event with
Yeah, after,
middle-class workers, of course. Looks like some of our great coal miners
God,
and
again,
the
this
hard
show
hats
is-
in office, who really are those broad shoulders who have helped build this great nation. And here we are, President Donald Trump coming out to the Rose Garden.
I know
We
all
will
of you
send him
longtime
live
viewers
for
here
his
and new
comments
viewers
to
are very
celebrate
excited to
this
see what's going on
Liberation
here.
Day with
This is the
reciprocal
US
tariffs.
debt
Toss it
clock
live now
.org
to the White House
website, and
He's
on it.
coming on. He's coming on right now.
Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Oh, he's got his executive order signing table.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice crowd. What a good-looking group of people. Well, we have some very, very good news today, and a lot of good things are happening for our country. Please sit down. My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time.
America.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy. For decades, our country has been looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by nations near and far, both friend and foe alike. American steel workers, auto workers, farmers, and skilled craftsmen, we have a lot of them here with us today. They really suffered gravely. They watched in anguish as foreign leaders have stolen our jobs, foreign cheaters have ransacked our factories, and foreign scavengers have torn apart our once beautiful American dream. We had an American dream that you don't hear so much about. You did 4 years ago, and you are now, but you don't too often, and for many years and decades even, you didn't hear too much about. Our country and its taxpayers have been ripped off for more than 50 years, but it is not going to happen anymore. It's not going to happen. In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them. Very simple. Can't get any simpler than that. This is one of the most important days, in my opinion, in American history. It's our declaration of economic independence. For years, hardworking American citizens were forced to sit on the sidelines as other nations got rich and powerful, much of it at our expense. But now it's our turn to prosper, and in so doing, use trillions and trillions of dollars to reduce our taxes and pay down our national debt, and it'll all happen very quickly. With today's action, we are finally going to be able to make America great again, greater than ever before. Jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country, and you see it happening already. We will supercharge our domestic industrial base. We will pry open foreign markets and break down foreign trade barriers. And ultimately, more production at home will mean stronger competition and lower prices for consumers. This will be indeed the golden age of America. It's coming back. We're going to come back very strongly. We're pleased to be joined on this momentous occasion by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where are you, J.D.? No, that wasn't too hard to find. I was looking, you know, he likes to take a low-key attitude, so it'd usually be sitting right in front. He's gaining a lot of confidence, Mike, isn't he? And nearly my entire cabinet is here, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson, has done an amazing job.
Amazing.
And with the great success we had last night in Florida, we have a majority of 7. And 7's like a lot when we had it at 1, right? You've done a fantastic job. And many of the members of the House and Senate are with us. Senators, congressmen, thank you all for being with us. We appreciate it. For decades, the United States slashed our trade barriers on other countries, while those nations placed massive tariffs on our products and created outrageous non-monetary barriers to decimate our industries. And in many cases, the non-monetary barriers were worse than the monetary ones. They manipulated their currencies, subsidized their exports, stole our intellectual property, imposed exorbitant VAT taxes to disadvantage our products, adopted unfair rules and technical standards, and created filthy pollution havens. They were absolutely filthy, but they always came to us and they said, we're violating, we should pay for it. It's all detailed in a very big report by the U.S. Trade Representative on foreign trade barriers, and I'll just hold it up for you. It's available, and you don't have to pay too much. As I understand it, you'll pay nothing. It's a lot of work for something, actually, because it's a special book. It's very, frankly, it's very upsetting when you read it, when you see what people have been doing to us for 30 years. This all happened with no response from the United States of America, none whatsoever. But those days are over. Let me offer just a few examples of the vicious attacks our workers have faced for so many years. The United States charges other countries only a 2.4 tariff on motorcycles. Meanwhile, Thailand and others are charging much higher prices, like 60%. India charges 70%. Vietnam charges 75%, and others are even higher than that. Likewise, until today, the United States has for decades charged a 2.5 tariff. Think of that, 2.5% on foreign-made automobiles. The European Union charges us more than 10% tariffs, and they have 20% VATs, much, much higher. India charges 70%, and perhaps worst of all are the non-monetary restrictions imposed by South Korea, Japan, and very many other nations. As a result of these colossal trade barriers, 81% of the cars in South Korea are made in South Korea. 94% of the cars in Japan are made in Japan. Toyota sells 1 million foreign-made automobiles into the United States, and General Motors sells almost none. Ford sells very little. None of our companies are allowed to go into other countries.
And
I say
what
that
I used to
friend
have
and
to
foe.
do I used to import
cases,
Suburbans
the
into
friend
the
is worse than
Philippines
the foe
and
in
Thailand.
terms of trade.
And I'd have
But such horrendous imbalances have
that?
devastated our industrial base and put our
S&P 500
national
is
security at risk. I don't blame
screaming.
these other countries at all for this
Bitcoin
calamity.
is
I
screaming
blame
up.
former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. That's why, effective at midnight, we will impose a 25% tariff on all foreign-made automobiles. Thank you. Brian, I'd like to have you come up here for a second.
Bitcoin pumping.
I just see him sitting. He's been a fan of ours, and he understands this business a lot better than the economists, a lot better than anybody. Brian, say a few words, please, would you? Thank you.
What the heck is this guy?
Thank you, Mr. President. I grew up just north of Detroit, Michigan, in Macomb County, known as the home of the Reagan Democrats. My first vote for president was for Ronald Reagan. I thought that was going to be the best president I ever saw in my lifetime until Donald J. Trump came along. I have watched my entire life, I have watched plant after plant after plant in Detroit and in the metro Detroit area close. There are now plants sitting idle. There are now plants that are underutilized. And Donald Trump's policies are going to bring product back into those underutilized plants. There's going to be new investment. There's going to be new plants built. And the UAW members, and I brought 20 of them with me, they're sitting right over here.
I might add, only if they make good cars in those
We
plants.
support Donald Trump's policies
that are price
on tariffs
competitive.
100%.
And
So, Mr.
UAW
President, we
wages
can't
in
thank you
Detroit
enough.
are not
And
price
in 6
competitive,
months
and
or a
that's
year,
why
we're
they
gonna
moved.
begin to see the
They didn't
benefits.
just move
I can't
overseas.
wait
They
to
moved
see
to
what's
Alabama.
happening
They moved
3
to
or 4
Arkansas,
years down the road. Thank
where
you,
they can
Mr.
pay
President.
people a lot less.
What a great guy. He got it right from the beginning. He got it before almost anybody else. This group over there, they got it too. And, you know, we won the state of Michigan. We won almost all of them. But we won Michigan by a lot, and I want to just thank you all. The auto workers were fantastic. The Teamsters were fantastic. Everyone was pretty good, I will tell you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to be very happy very soon, and you probably see what's happening with all of the, not only car companies, but car companies in particular. You see it with all of the ones they're moving, they're announcing day in, day out. You're seeing it. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. With today's actions, we're also standing up for our great farmers and ranchers who are brutalized by nations all over the world. Brutalized. Canada, by the way, imposes a 250 to 300% tariff on many of our dairy products. They do the first can of milk. They do the first little carton of milk at a very low price, but after that it gets bad, and then it gets up to 275, 300%. So when they're figuring what's Canada charging, they say, oh, about 2%, 3%. But take a look at what happens down the road. When you look a little bit, it's not a pretty picture, and we don't like it, and it's not fair. It's not fair to our farmers. It's not fair to our country. And with countries like Canada, you know, we subsidize a lot of countries and keep them going and keep them in business.
Subsidize their
Mexico,
entire health
it's
care
$300 billion a year. In the case of Canada, it's close to $200 billion a year. And I say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I mean, at what point do we say you got to work for yourselves, and you got to? This is why we have the big deficits. This is why we have that amount of debt that's been placed on our heads over the last number of years, and we're really not taking it anymore. Through non-tariff barriers, the European Union bans imports of most American poultry. You understand? They say, we want to send you our cars, we want to send you everything, but we're not going to take anything that you have. Australia bans,
the wolf
and
of Wall
wonderful
Street.
people, and
Mean to lunch that.
everything, but they ban American beef, yet we imported $3 billion of Australian beef from them just last year alone. They won't take any of our beef. They don't want it because they don't want it to affect their farmers. And you know what? I don't blame them, but we're doing the same thing right now, starting about midnight tonight, I would say. And China charges American rice farmers an overquota, it's called, a tariff rate of 65%. South Korea charges 50. Actually, they charge different, from 50% to 513%. And Japan, our friend, charges us 700%. But that's because they don't want us selling rice, another thing. Who can blame them, Madam Secretary? Agriculture, great job you did on eggs, by the way. The egg prices came down 50%. You got them down 50%. Once we got involved, they were going through the sky. The egg prices, they were going through the sky.
They probably just threatened the egg makers. Hey, knock this shit off.
Now we have lots of eggs, and they're much cheaper, down about 59% now, and they're going down further. We charge 2.8% for so many things that other countries are charging 200%, 300%, and 400% for. If imposing tariffs and protective barriers made nations poor, then every country on earth would be racing to eliminate these policies, and China would be the first on line. They run a very strong country, but they're not first in line, and the American people are paying a very big price. From 1789 to 1913, we were a tariff-backed nation, and the United States was proportionately the wealthiest it has ever been. So wealthy, in fact, that in the 1880s, they established a commission to decide what they were going to do with the vast sums of money they were collecting. We were collecting so much money so fast, we didn't know what to do with it. Isn't that a nice problem to have? What do you think, Marco? Good problem? Marco would love that problem. But we don't have that problem anymore, but we're not going to have it very much longer.
You are fake news.
But they collected so much money, they actually formed a commission to determine what they were going to do with the money, who they were going to give it to, and how much. Then in 1913, for reasons unknown to mankind, they established the income tax so that citizens, rather than foreign countries, would start paying the money necessary to run our government. Then in 1929, it all came to a very abrupt end with the Great Depression, and it would have never happened if they had stayed with the tariff policy. It would have been a much different story. They tried to bring back tariffs to save our country, but it was gone. It was gone. It was too late. Nothing could have been done. It took years and years to get out of that depression, far longer than even FDR had that office right over there for a long period of time. The ramp system, it's rather intricate, was built because of him, and every time you walk up, you think of him, and he did a great job in many ways, but it lasted long beyond his terms, as you know. But it's not too late any longer, and we're going to start being smart, and we're going to start being very wealthy again. We're going to be wealthy as a country because they've taken so much of our wealth away from us. We're not going to let that happen. We truly can be very wealthy. We can be so much wealthier than any country. It's not even believable, but we're getting smart. Nearly a century later, in the face of unrelenting economic warfare, the United States can no longer continue with a policy of unilateral economic surrender. We cannot pay the deficits of Canada, Mexico, and so many other countries. We used to do it. We can't do it anymore. We take care of countries all over the world. We pay for their military. We pay for everything they have to pay, and then when you want to cut back a little bit, they get upset that you're not taking care of them any longer. But we have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first, and I'm sorry to say that. And today we're standing up for the American worker, and we are finally putting America first. In Sleepy Joe Biden's last year in office, the United States hemorrhaged 100,000 manufacturing jobs, and the number was going through the roof at levels never seen before. And our trade deficit reached a record $1.2 trillion, which is unheard of. Since the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, it was a horror show. I was able to determine it. They all said you'd never be able to get it out. We had to get approval from Congress to get it terminated. We had to live with that deal. It was the worst trade deal ever made by far. But since the very beginning of NAFTA, our country lost 90,000 factories. Think of what that is, 90,000. Think about putting a map up and putting tax on it. You wouldn't have enough room. 90,000. I said, is that possible? We had it checked 4 different times. and it was actually somewhat higher than that. And 5 million manufacturing jobs were lost while racking up trade deficits of $19 trillion. That was the worst trade deal ever made. As a result of these gigantic losses, foreign nations now own $26 trillion more of American assets than think of this, than the Americans own of their own foreign assets or other foreign assets. The United States can no longer produce enough antibiotics to treat our sick. We have a tremendous problem. We have to go to foreign countries to treat our sick. If anything ever happened from a war standpoint, we wouldn't be able to do it. We import virtually all of our computers, phones, televisions, and electronics.
That was dumb for
we
him
used
to
to
say.
dominate the field, and now we import it all from different countries. A single shipyard in China now produces more ships every year than all of the American shipyards combined. Think of that. And it was a business that we used to dominate. We used to dominate it totally. In short, chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem. They're a national emergency that threatens our security and our very way of life. It's a very great threat to our country. And for these reasons, starting tomorrow, the United States will implement reciprocal tariffs on other nations. It's been a long time since we even thought of that. We used to think about it a lot. We didn't think about it for many decades, and you see what's happened. For nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the combined rate of all their tariffs, non-monetary barriers, and other forms of cheating. And because we are being very kind, we're kind people, very kind. You're not so kind when you got ripped off with your salaries. My auto worker friends and my Teamster friends and all of the unions that typically voted Democrat, they're not voting Democrat anymore because worker, whether union or non-worker, they're for the Republicans now. That's what happened. But we will charge them approximately half of what they are and have been charging us. So the tariffs will be not a full reciprocal. I could have done that, yes, but it would have been tough for a lot of countries who didn't want to do that. I'd like to see the chart if you have it. Could you bring it up, Howard? This is our great Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thanks, Howard. So if you look at that, China, first row, China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes. We didn't want to bring, it's very windy out here. We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think, in other words, they charge us, we charge them less. So how can anybody
Good
be
Bitcoin
upset?
moving now, Pedro.
They will be because we never charge anybody anything. But now we're going to charge.
This is just all
European
FOMO
Union, they're very
speculation
tough,
going on
very,
here, I
very
bet,
tough
right?
traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%, so we're charging them essentially half. Vietnam, great negotiators, great people. They like me, I like them. The problem is they charge us 90%. We're going to charge them 46% tariff. Taiwan, where they took all of our computer chips and semiconductors. We used to be the king, right? We were everything. We had all of it. Now we have almost none of it, except the biggest company is coming in. We're going to end up with almost 40%. Lee Zeldin's working to get their approvals. And it's an amazing company. Mr. Wei, of one of the great companies of the world, actually. They're coming in from Taiwan, and they're going to build one of the biggest plants in the world, maybe the biggest for that. But 64%, we're going to charge them 32%. Japan, very, very tough, great people. And again, I don't blame the people for doing it. I think they're very smart in doing it. I blame the people that sat right in that Oval Office, right over there, right behind the Resolute desk or whichever desk they chose. Japan, 46%. They would charge us 46%, and much higher for certain items like cars, you know, little items like cars. 46%, we're charging them 24%. India, very, very tough, very, very tough. The Prime Minister just left. And he's a great friend of mine, but I said, you're a friend of mine, but you're not treating us right. They charge us 52%. You have to understand, we charge them almost nothing for years and years and decades. And it was only 7 years ago when I came in, we started with China charged them. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China in tariffs. And they understood, honestly. President Xi understood. He said, look, I understand. And the other countries, and they all understand. We're going to have to go through a little tough love, maybe. But they all understand. They're ripping us off, and they understood it. Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. He was a fantastic man. He was unfortunately taken from us, assassination. But I went to him and I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. Trade is not fair. He said, I know that. I know that. And he was a great gentleman. He was a fantastic man, but he understood immediately what I was talking about. I said, Shinzo, we have to do something. He said, I know that. And we worked out a deal, and it would have been a much better deal, but frankly, there were many years left in the deal that was made previous to my getting there, but it was something. If you look at Switzerland, 61% to 31%. Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia. Oh, look at Cambodia, 97%. We're going to bring it down to 49. They made a fortune with the United States of America. United Kingdom, 10%, and we'll go 10%. So we'll do the same thing. South Africa, 60%, 30%, and they've got some bad things going on in South Africa. You know, we're paying them billions of dollars, and we cut the funding because a lot of bad things are happening in South Africa. The fake news ought to be looking at it. They don't want to report it. Brazil, 10%, 10%. Bangladesh is 74%. So you see what's going on. Pakistan, 58%.
I fart in your general direction.
88%. So what we're doing is we're taking not the full. We could take the full 88%. Thanks a lot, Eric. He's doing a very good job. How's he doing, all right? I think you better take it with you. It's not going to last very long. He's going to put it, it's going to follow you down with the wind. I brought a hat just in case it got too windy, but here, would anybody like a hat? I'm not giving it to a cabinet. I'm giving
That's
it to
the NASDAQ
auto
doing.
workers. Come here.
Bring that up.
Thank you, fellas. Get it. That's it.
What's a good one for the NASDAQ, Pedro? NQ.
They deserve it more than our cabinet. Our cabinet has plenty of hats. But you see the numbers. The numbers are so disproportionate. They're so unfair.
This
At
looks
the
like the
same time,
NASDAQ
we
got
will
rug pulled.
establish a minimum baseline tariff of 10%. You notice that on the chart? And that'll be on other countries to help rebuild our economy and to prevent cheating. So we're going to have a minimum of cheating, and we're going to be very severe on the people that at the gate that watch the tariffs and watch the product coming in, because there's been a lot of bad things happening at the gate because the money is so enormous that you're talking about. There's never been probably anything like it in terms of the enormity, and there are a lot of bad things happen at the people that do the check-in, and they're looking at 10-year jail sentences if they do play. We're going to treat them so good, but if they cheat, the repercussions are going to be extremely strong. Foreign nations will finally be asked to pay for the privilege of access to our market, the biggest market in the world. We're right now the biggest market in the world. We had a great country 4 years ago in terms of the economics. We were doubling up on China. We were doing so well. Nobody was going to catch us, but so much of it slipped away over the last 4 years under Biden. I campaigned on this policy throughout last year, and today that promise was made, and it was also a promise, as you know, that was kept. Promises made, promises kept.
This is the NASDAQ chart behind me here.
To any company that objects to our common sense reciprocal tariffs, again, reciprocal, back and forth, back and forth. And I call this kind reciprocal. This is not full reciprocal. This is kind reciprocal. But what we do is we cut it in half. We charge them. My answer is very simple if they complain. If you want your tariff rate to be zero, then you build your product right here in America, because there is no tariff if you build your plant, your product in America. And we've seen companies coming in like we've never seen before. Likewise to all of the foreign presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens, ambassadors, and everyone else who will soon be calling to ask for exemptions from these tariffs, I say, terminate your own tariffs, drop your barriers, don't manipulate your currencies. They manipulate their currencies like nobody can even believe, which is a bad, bad thing and very devastating to us. And start buying tens of billions of dollars of American goods. Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm. And many people were looking to do us economic harm. Maybe not so obviously, but they were doing tremendous economic harm. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before. And it'll be something very special to watch. I am so looking forward. And Brian, it's going to happen even faster than you said. You know, you might say, but it's already started. It's already started. Work's already begun on plants all around the country. And you see that as before. These are big, rich companies. We have $61 billion started.
That was the ADP
on a
report that
big
you were talking
plant
about.
going up. It's going to be announced over the next 2 days, and they already started work. Many of these the biggest companies in the world, they've committed to build. We're going to build, sir. And they came here to see me, and wanted to know if they could have a press conference. I do as many as I can. I'm pretty busy trying to stop Russia and Ukraine and the Middle East. We got to stop that. We got to stop the Houthis, which we're making tremendous. They like shooting ships down and out of the water, sinking ships. They get a kick out of it, but they're not getting such a kick out of it now, are they, Mr. Secretary? They're not getting such a kick out of that now. But here are just a short list of some of the companies that have already announced and committed to investment. And this is a company that built its factories and its plants in China. Apple is going to spend $500 billion. They never spent money like that here. They're going to build their plants here.
Oh.
SoftBank, Open,
Building their
AI,
headquarters,
and
they did.
Oracle, great companies, are investing $500 billion almost immediately. NVIDIA, a hot company, is investing hundreds of billions of dollars. They just announced. TSMC, the biggest, most important company in the world of chips from Taiwan, with no investment from us, is investing $200 billion. And they said the reason was, number one, the election of November 5th, and number two, the tariffs. They don't want to pay the tariffs, and the way they're not paying it is to build their plant here. So we're going to go from almost no percentage. We used to have 100% of the chip market. Now it's all in Taiwan. Almost all of it's in Taiwan, a couple of other countries, but mostly in Taiwan. And think of it, we had 100%. We lost it because of people in that office that didn't do their job. They allowed it to be stolen from us. Johnson & Johnson, great company, $55 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. Meta is investing $500 billion. Wow. DeMac is investing $20 billion. CMA, CGM, $20 billion. And then you have Merck and Clarios, Stellantis, General Motors, GE Aerospace, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai are all putting in billions and billions of dollars, and they're committed 100%.
Is that a Nissan?
And we've never had
$100 billion.
This is after just a short. This all took place as soon as we came out with what everybody wanted to do. You know, I watched a gentleman today on television. He used to work with Lee Iacocca, a very respected automobile person, and he said, you know, because they're asking people, they try and get as many negative people as they can, but they can't find them too much. It's pretty hard to find in terms of what we're doing, especially when they see all this investment. They said, so tell me, what do you think of what Trump is doing from the automobile standpoint? He said, I can't believe it. Somebody is finally, he's an older guy, real pro, really top guy, with Lee Iacocca. He said, I never thought I'd see the day when this would happen, where somebody had the courage to go and do what has to be done. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item.
He's right if he can
built,
pull this
we're gonna
off. It
become an
will
industrial
transform the
powerhouse.
nation.
And he said that
Like I
so
said,
beautifully
everything
today.
is
Imagine the
If you come and
inflationary
find
push on
out,
wages,
I'm gonna
though,
get
if
a
all these
tape,
companies trying to hire
Bruce, I'm gonna get that tape
manufacturing
and I'm
jobs,
gonna
and we've
send it
just
to you
cut
out
off
on Long
immigration.
Island, and you're going to play it for the people. And
Well,
all
this
your
is what
union
we're
workers
saying,
and
right?
your
You're gonna come
non-union
here. If you do
workers
come
out
here,
there,
you're
you
gonna
got a
find
pretty
jobs.
even split.
You actually become American.
But we have
The biggest
so
thing
far, it looks like we're
that
gonna
made
do about
America
$6
strong is
trillion
you had the
of
Italians coming
investments, and
over
we
and they
wouldn't
had
do that in
jobs,
years
and so they
in
bought
this
into the
country over the
American
last
dream.
number of years. $6 trillion, and that's going to be much higher by the end of the year. And think of what $6 trillion is. You wouldn't have even a small percentage of that under this other system. We're going to be an entirely different country, and it's going to be fantastic for the workers. It's going to be fantastic for everyone. There will never have been a transformation of a country like the transformation that's already happening in the United States of America. It's an incredible thing to watch, and it's incredible to meet with the top people that you read.
Let this be a reminder to you all that this organ.
Great managers and executives and presidents of big public companies, and to watch the enthusiasm they have now that they didn't have. They gave up on our country. They went to foreign countries and they built. Companies are pouring into our country at levels never seen before with jobs and money to follow, and it's really beautiful. In the coming days, there will be complaints from the globalists and the outsourcers and special interests and the fake news. Always, the fake news will always complain. But never forget, every prediction our opponents made about trade for the last 30 years has been proven totally wrong. They were wrong about NAFTA. They were wrong about China. They were wrong.
Why make trillions when we could make billions?
Which would have been a disaster if I didn't terminate it. If I didn't terminate
killing.
that, United Auto Workers, you would have had no jobs in this country. You would have had no jobs. It was all going to other countries. In my first term, they said tariffs would crash the economy. Instead, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. And again, I have great respect for President Xi of China, great respect for China, but they were taking tremendous advantage of us, and I commend them for that. I say, hey, if you can get away with it, that's okay. But, they understand exactly what's happening, and they probably, most of them are saying it's about time they did something, but and they're going to fight, and they're going to fight fair. Everyone's going to fight. It's like, I say to the leaders, look, you got to take care of your country, but we have to start taking care of our country now. We can't do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. From the day of my election, the stock market went up in my first term 88%, with NASDAQ going up 155%, more than any president has ever had in any term in office, by far.
The stock market's not liking this speech.
And
I've got the
we're gonna blow
NASDAQ
that
up behind
away,
me here.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
watching
the
it.
numbers
already
won't show,
dropped,
but I think they're going to show
almost,
much better than even
5%.
those numbers. But what you're going to see is you're going to see activity that empty,
course.
dead
We're
sites,
talking tariff.
factories that are
Every time
falling
we
down.
talk tariff, we
Those
talked about
factories
this
will be knocked
yesterday
down, and they're going to have brand new factories
about
put
when
in there.
tariffs are
I don't
interacted,
care
you're
about
going to
what
have
they're talking
fighting. You're
about.
going to have so
Brand
that's
new, the best anywhere in the world, the biggest anywhere in the
Yep.
world. Have a
And
built
although
power
one
plants.
little
I said,
good
I wanna
news
see the
story out of
biggest
it,
and the
though,
best. He said,
just a little bit
"Yeah,
like,
no,
hey,
Mexico."
Arizona is noticing a
United States.
shortage.
We're not building them in that
Arizona
business.
releases their
A year and a
employment, and
half
it's at
ago during the
zero, or
campaign, he said,
unemployment.
"We're not
It's at
building, you
zero,
have to go to
because that's where
Mexico."
some of these chip plants are
When
going.
I was starting to
Yeah.
decide
And
to run,
you'll-
and I went to number one in the
The
polls
money
very rapidly, I
will
was
turn
the
on,
first.
and it'll just reverse that, and the NASDAQ will go to 40,000, just in like a
And
minute.
then
Yeah.
shortly thereafter, it looked
Well,
like
Just
I'm-
any bit of good
it's
news at all.
the fake news was
It
saying,
is
"Oh,
going
no,
to
don't
take,
do
like I
it." What they
said,
don't
a
know is
substantial
if I
amount
didn't
of
win, they would have
jobs.
really been in trouble.
And I mean,
Because nobody
like we
wants
had
to read them anyway. But I
155,000
tell you
come in
what,
today.
when
Let's finish.
when it
We'll
looked
talk
like
about
I was
this.
going to win, I announced that I was going to be doing exactly what we're talking about today. Great consistency, actually, because I've been talking about it for 40 years. But because I saw what was happening 40 years ago. If you look at my old speeches when I was young, very handsome, my old speeches, and that people would say I'd be on a television show, I'd be talking about how we were being ripped off by these countries. I mean, nothing changes very much. The only thing that changed were the countries but nothing really
when he was
changes.
first
But,
running, I've said this
you know,
before
it's
in the air.
such an honor.
He had
It's such
a
an
picture
honor to
of,
be
I
finally
don't know,
able to
one
do
of the big
this.
cities in China.
If you look at
Behind him, with all
China,
their new beautiful
I took
buildings
in
and all that type of
hundreds
stuff. He
of
said, "Who built
billions
these
of
buildings?"
dollars in my term.
He said, "We did.
Hundreds of
We gave China
billions.
the
They
money
never
to
paid
build
10
all those
cents
buildings."
to any other
And he said, "Why?
president,
We should have built them
and yet
here in
they
the
paid
U.S.
hundreds
Kept
of
the money
billions,
here."
So much so that Biden
I agree.
couldn't do anything. They wanted to try and terminate it because he had a very special relationship with China. You know what the relationship was? He had a special relationship. But the numbers were so big. The
He stayed away from
were
that.
so
Smart.
big that they
Stop.
couldn't do it. So they
Clever.
did ease it up. They did things that they shouldn't have done. They made it a lot more comfortable for them, but they couldn't do it because the numbers were hundreds of billions of dollars, and I did that. And we were on our way to doing something like incredible. And then we had a very bad election happen, a very bad election. A lot of bad things happened. So when I said we got to do it again, I said we have to make it too big to rig. And we made it too big to rig, and we won in records, and it was a monumental win. And it was such an honor to see so many of you, like Brian and your friends, here with us to celebrate and to, more importantly, celebrate what we're doing, because that wouldn't be a full celebration if we didn't do this, because this will be an entirely different country in a short period of time. It'll be something the whole world will be talking about it. The critics made the very tired predictions earlier this year, but in February, core inflation dropped to the lowest rate in 4 years. And the price of eggs, as you know, just in a month and a half, we were there for 4 weeks. And the first week, I got blamed for eggs. I said, I just got here. They said eggs have gone up at like 250%, and you can't get eggs. And they were going crazy. And I said, I just got here. And then we got to work on eggs, and we got to work on everything. And our great Secretary of Agriculture, you did a fantastic job. Brooke Rollins, she did a fantastic job. And as I said before, the price of eggs dropped now 59%, and they're going down more, and the availability is fantastic. They were saying that for Easter, please don't use eggs. Could you use plastic eggs? I said, we don't want to do that. We want to, and you really came through. It's an amazing job. Thank you.
What a great excuse to do a big liquidity
sweep. Likewise,
sweep
an
here.
old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it
Trump
in
speaking,
the campaign.
let's hit all the
It's an
longs.
old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries.
No, man,
It
it's
says
not
a
what's
bag
going
with
on.
different things in it. Groceries went through the roof, and I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot. And energy costs now are down. Groceries are down. Gasoline is way under $3, and people are beginning to be able to buy things and live again. We brought prices way down. We created 10,000 already in a few weeks, new manufacturing jobs. And it was that took place in 1 month, numbers that they haven't seen in a long time. We had virtually no inflation under my term. We had virtually no inflation for 4 years. But after transitioning over to Sleepy Joe, it went from almost non-existent to the highest in the history of our country. They had the highest inflation in the history of our country, brought up by energy and bad spending and bad policy, and a lot of bad things happened. How about allowing millions and millions and millions of people to pour into our country with open borders, where it's so sad to see even now. And I see our great secretary you have done. Stand up, please, Christy. Stand up. Christy Nome. And Tom Homan. These people are doing a great job, but gotten them out in records. We have problems with judges that don't want them to go out. They want Tren de Aragua, and they want MS-13, the most vicious gangs ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Absolute killer gangs. They kill people. They don't even think about it. And we put them out, and we have judges now, radical left judges that they don't want them to go out. They want them to even be brought back. Let's bring them back. You've done a fantastic job, and please thank everybody. Homeland Security, thank everybody. Appreciate it. And we now have a border that's the best border that we've ever had, even better than it was my first term. My first term we did good, but this one we really specialized in. We've done really well. And we had records then. We had the best, safest border. 4 years ago, we had the best border there ever was. And now we have, you've actually matched it and done even better. And we're going to get it down the right way. And we want people, by the way, to come into our country, but we want them to come in through a legal process. We want them to come in legally. We need more people. We need people to run these plants and to help the auto workers and the Teamsters and the non-union people and everybody else. But we need people, and the farmers. And we're going to let people come in, but they want to come in. We want them to come in legally. They have to have the capability of loving our country, not people that hate our country. We don't want them in our country. And now we're going to pass the largest tax cuts in American history, and that's where we're relying on Mike and John Thune. And we will not cut Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid benefits, and the Democrats will, because if they got in, the entire economy would collapse. This country was heading for a collapse under the people that you saw. They were horrible. I think one of the reasons people like the job, I have my highest approval ratings because I think they're comparing me to the worst administration in the history of our country. So I appreciate that at least. But Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader, appreciate it, Mike. John Thune have been fantastic, by the way. But they've been working tirelessly on taking the next step to pass the plan for our one big, beautiful bill. I'd like to name it that if you can. One big, beautiful. I made that statement about 6 months ago, and everybody calls it one big, beautiful bill. And it will be that. It'll have everything, the big tax cuts and every incentive there is. And it'll be fantastic. And by the way, for the cars, we're asking for an interest deduction on a loan. So if you build the car, only in America we do it, Brian. If the car's not built in America, you don't get the interest rate deduction. But if you build the car in America, if you buy a car, if it's built in America, then you get an interest rate deduction, tax deduction, and that's a big thing. That's going to be a big thing. I think that's going to pay for itself very quickly, that deduction. Never happened. We've never had anything like that before. Somebody said, where do you get the idea? Because it's so basic. You would think that would have happened a long time ago.
On the money they borrow, the
capital? It
capital?
never did, and I'm very happy it didn't, because now I can say that was my idea. But we're going to get us closer to the debt extension. We have to get the debt extension passed, and I know you're going to be able to do that, Mike, and it's very important that you do that. And all of the other things that the Senate budget plan gives us, along with working, because I know they're working together, John and Mike, and the two bills are going very well together. We need to get our shared priorities done, including certain permanent tax cuts. We want the tax cuts to be permanent, spending cuts, energy, and historic investments in defense, border, and so much more. We're covering everything. These will be phenomenal. There'll be no bill like this going to straighten. One bill is going to straighten out our country for many, many years to come. And we said, let's just do it and let's get it done. And some guys will love it and some guys will like it a little bit less because they're not getting what they were exactly looking for, but they're getting a lot. They'll never, if we get this done, it'll be the most incredible bill ever passed in the history of our Congress and Senate and congressmen, the senators and the congressmen, many of whom are here today, will be very proud of themselves. I really believe that it's going to set us on a whole new prosperous path. We're going to cut spending and right-size the budget back to where it should be. We're going to do that very strongly. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. John, thank you. Oh, look at all of our senators over there. Oh, boy. That's a nice group of people. But I won't like them so much if they don't get this bill done. That's a great group. And Congressman, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tremendous people. The Senate plan is my complete and total support, and the House plan likewise is very similar. They're moving along pretty much at the same clip, and as soon as you're ready, you'll show it to me, and I'm sure it'll have my support, Mike. Every Republican congressman and senator must unify. We have to unify. We can't be separated. We have to get it done. We have to get absolutely everything we can, and we have to take care of the American people. That's the only thing that matters. We have to take care of the American people first. We need to pass this bill immediately, get it done, including debt extension. From this day on, we're not going to let anyone tell us that American workers and families cannot have the future that they deserve. We're going to produce the cars and ships, chips, airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America. The pharmaceutical companies are going to become roaring back. They're coming roaring back.
You there, Pedro?
They're all coming back to our country because if they don't, they got a big tax to pay. And if they do, I'll be very happy, and you're going to be very happy, and you're going to be very safe. We're going to build our future with American hands, with American heart, American steel, and we're going to build it with American pride like we used to. We're approaching our 100th day as president and have been given credit by a lot of people, actually, even some of the fake news.
You pull a fib on this move here
today.
today.
Case, hopefully isn't fake.
It's a
for having done more in that time than any other administration in the history of our country in the first 100 days. I think we've had an amazing in terms of what we've done, what we've gotten accomplished. I'd like to see if we can get that war ended and another war from not starting in the Middle East. We have to get Russia. They're losing 2,000 on average, 2,500 people today, young people, soldiers, Russian. Think of that, 2,500 through some days, but on average, probably over about a 1 week period, it's 2,712, they say. They're losing those soldiers. They're dying. They're being decimated. And they're not from our country, but they're from other countries. But they're human beings. They're from Russia. They're from Ukraine in this period, most of them. And we're going to get it stopped. It's a senseless war that would have never happened if I was president, and it shouldn't be allowed to go on. And I think we're being given good cooperation by Russia and by Ukraine, but we have to get it stopped. It's humanity. It's humanity. It's a terrible thing. This will be a very big moment. I think you're going to remember today. It's going to be a free nation that we're dealing with. We're going to have a very free and beautiful nation. It's going to be Liberation Day in America, and it's going to be a day that hopefully you're going to look back in years to come and you're going to say, you know, he was right. This has turned out to be one of the most important days in the history of our country. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All righty.
Yeah, really interesting stuff that he's talking about. And the market is acting accordingly to what it is supposed to do. We talked about, we talked about yesterday that the market is going up here for the last few days. Whenever we see the market go up for a few days before an actual event like this, typically there is a sell-off. So we talked about this area acting as resistance because of the 50-period moving average on BTC on the daily.
I'm sorry, Pedro. I forgot to update the screen. Give me a second to bring you back your screen back up here.
Okay. Oh, they're signing the executive orders.
Yeah, this is his personal valet guy. He's not like some executive with the government. He's like Charlie on the West Wing. And he's not like the super famous guy because he gets to read the executive orders and do this.
That's funny.
Let me move this.
Trump keeps it in the family, man. He probably was driving like, hey, you want to start reading my executive orders? No. Remove BTC real quick so that people can see Trump. Find that. Yeah, there you go.
That not really a lot of people watch it.
It doesn't matter. We've had 70 views now. I mean, we've literally upticked it to now 92 views on X here. I just posted it. Yeah, I think we had 37 and then it jumped to 93 views.
Well, that's good.
So I'm going to go over some of the TA here real quick and what to expect here now once we're done here. I thought he had finished.
All right. We'll if there's anything to report here, we'll bring it back. They're starting to play the music, so
just wait. Let's see.
They got it. YMCA. He's heading back.
All right, so let's check this out here real quick from a TA perspective, what we were talking about. So talked about them as the market was moving up on Monday and Tuesday. We said as we're moving up, this is going to act as a potential resistance level along with the 50-period moving average. And we saw today we were going up, and I said it's never good to see a market go up before a move, before a situation like what we had today. So they pushed the market up to drop it. And you can see we came up and hit our zone right here with the 50-period moving average sitting on the daily. This is an institutional SMA that they use. You've heard when the 50-period moving average crosses the 100 or crosses the 200. It's a sign of bearish sentiment in the market. So this is something you need to be paying attention to.
Look
And
at
this
that
is why
wick.
I mentioned.
Wow.
Yeah, so we saw this movement here where we popped, we hit it, came into a zone, as well as we played the SMA here, and then we now continue down. And so I said, and this is really important, I said, be careful, be wary with this rally up. I don't trust it. Even today's show, we talked about, I don't trust this push up, literally because we didn't have a lot of demand wicks as we were going up. So I wasn't 100% sure that we were going to continue up. As you can see, they used the news event to push it up into a zone and then to drop it. So it's really important to pay attention to what we're looking at here. Now, where is this thing most likely going to go? We just watched the NASDAQ, and I've been talking about this now for a while, how we have a correlation between Bitcoin and the NASDAQ. And it's a literally 3-to-1 ratio, meaning when the NASDAQ goes 1 point, we see a drop of 3 points, or a movement either or of 3 points, whether up or down. It's a multiple of 3 from the correlation between Bitcoin as well, or Bitcoin and NASDAQ. So we've watched the NASDAQ drop dramatically here. Okay, I think it's really important to pay attention. It dropped from 20,000 to currently right now to the lows of, from actually the high was, give me 1 second because I had it right here. Come on, bud. Come on, chart. There it is. Okay. So we just got done watching the NASDAQ go from 20,045 to 19,100. So basically about 5% drop of the market today, of the NASDAQ. So right now we're watching it go from 89, 88.49 down to 85. So it was about 3. So we had 1,000 drop, which is a 3,000 drop on BTC, which is what we're watching here. Okay, you can see it pretty clear now. Now here's the point: how far is this thing going to go? With the new tariff information, over the long haul, this is going to be potentially a good situation. And I've talked about this, and I beat with a drum that we have to see jobs get back here into America. If we do not see jobs get established in America, which then revitalizes our economy and gets things up and running, which gives people money to be able to go out and spend and put into the economy, which gives then people security enough and peace enough to go ahead and spend and make large purchases like cars and house purchases. We've talked about the interest rates needing to come down, which is what we've seen now multiple over the last couple months. I've talked about this. We should see this. Now it's happening. So the most important thing here is this, is we're probably going to see a continuation down, okay, with the tariff talk. The left-wing media is going to talk smack, and this is what they're going to use to drop the market down into these lower levels, and then we're going to see from there. But you won't be able to fight good information like I've talked about today. We talked about on the show the ADP report, non-farm ADP report, which basically says these are amount of jobs that are actually happening
What
that are
does
not
ADP
farm
mean?
and not, I forget. Shoot.
Is it a payroll thing?
Yeah, it is. I had to pull it up here. Just give me a second. I'm so used to this stuff that like half the time. Basically, yeah, non-employment report, ADP is a measure of a monthly change of non-farm private employment based on payroll data of approximately 40,000 or 400,000 U.S. business clients. The release.
Non-farm
So I
payroll.
don't. Yeah, non-farm payable. I don't understand what the ADP. I forget what the ADP stands for. I used to know it. Automatic data processing. That's what it is. It's amazing how your brain just kind of like bing, like, but you just forget. So yeah, it's an automatic data processing national employment report. Basically says, hey, this is how many jobs we're actually having that are not correlated one to the government. If it is, it delineates between it, and a large portion of these jobs were actually gone into private sector jobs, which is what creates real GDP for the U.S. And so when we see that, we see a huge proponent of other people like me and you who have normal jobs, right? And I use that air quotes because me and you don't have normal jobs, but we go out, they receive money because they feel safe in the idea of, okay, I see jobs out there in the country, in my area, seeing plants getting built. I know I can go out. Basically, it's called an FU job, right? Whereas like you have two jobs, okay? And if one guy pisses you off, you're like, you know what? Hey, get out of here, right? And so you go to a new one. And so that's important to have primarily because one, it gives a sense of security for the average citizen to go out and spend money into the economy, right? And then that then again circles through seeing money flow into other businesses. And then those businesses need inventory. And so we see this growth. And this is all predicated on if Trump can get those businesses and those agreements with many other businesses outside of the United States to come inside the United States. Okay. And as they do business with us, then we should then, as they create new businesses within us, and as the dollar drops, because again, Trump talked about literally the manipulation of other national currencies that affect. So when theirs go down and ours is stagnant, it makes it advantageous for another business to do business there. And he just said, stop playing games. Let it all fare out. Whatever actually happens, happens. So this is like super important to pay attention to. And this is why he's making references to a lot of these things. Again, I wish that he would talk. He's very succinct and talks kind of like he talks to the man. He talks to the basic man, right, who doesn't study finance. And I respect that. But then what happens is people on the nightly show sit there and rip on him because he does sound sometimes very basic. And I know that he knows this. I know him and Bass, who's the head of the Treasury, has very much extensively talked, and he understands things with him and Bass on a macro sense to be able, a macro or economic macro sense to be able to really fine tune needle thread the economy. But the problem is, and we've seen this now with the far left, that if it's not communicated, their resounding theme will penetrate a moderate left, and it can drag them away. So we need to have these long form communications like you saw on the All In podcast. You need to have Trump almost sit down and talk about these things at large so that you can actually explain it. The problem is if he does not, it could affect his plan here. Because if I'm a business owner, okay, and I see all this stuff on my news, because where I live, it's primarily liberal because it's a globalist society. And so they're going to preach what? America is in dissension. They're going to preach there's rioting in the streets. It's absolutely crazy. And if I want to, and I'm thinking about my own business, I'm like, I'm not going to go over there and do that. I don't want to deal with that. So this is really important for them to communicate so that those jobs in other places in the world can get established here in America and get the economic growth going again.
Oh, you'll see the World Economic Forum machine spin up against the U.S. here really quickly.
Oh, absolutely.
You're going to see all kinds of bad shit. You know, they'll be showing the street, that block in Los Angeles of the homeless people and the streets of San Francisco where all the homeless live, and making a big deal about that. And then they'll pick the cleanest city in Europe to say, "Hey, stay here instead."
So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens, how it correlates to everything else. But the most important thing to pay attention to is this, is it's not even going to take a lot of businesses to really stir up economic growth here in America, because $1 from outside of the United States brought into America will generate typically $10, right? Because if I invest, let's say, 20 or like $100 billion into a business, and I'm going to be paying employees, well, those employees are going to have money. And then they're going to go out and deploy that into a local government, a local industry. And what's really important is this, is when people feel like they have extra money and they don't have to stress, right? And I don't know if anybody has ever done studying on anxiety, but you can actually have a anxiety that actually, so if you're near me, my neighbor, and we interact or we do something together, right? My anxiety can actually bounce off of you, actually get onto you and increase your cortisol level, right? But most people's anxiety mindset comes from literally a lack of money or a lack of whatever it would be. But typically it's a ability of stability that you feel like you don't have, which comes from money. And so when a local area is feeling stressed, then you see an increase in crime, because your prefrontal cortex shuts down and you don't think logically. And you're like, you know what? I'm about to lose my job. I don't have enough money to even move out. I got to figure out a way what to do so I can go. But if in a local area, you can say, all right, we're bringing businesses back here. We're bringing businesses back here. That then bleeds out and creates $1 brought in from outside, creates an additional $10 in the local. So if, let's say, $1 million gets brought in from an outside source, okay, that's 10 million. And that's just in that local area. That's also not including, let's say, outside manufacturing. So it's something to really pay attention to. And as it starts to progress here, we should see the stock market fall. This is really important. Don't get started. I'm telling you this. We've talked about this already. I'm expecting the NASDAQ to get down to what, Tom? Do you remember?
15,000? Was it?
10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
Well,
right?
I had 11 in my head, but I was like, that's too low.
Yeah, no, it's 10,000. So I expect the NASDAQ to get somewhere close to 10,000, which then would cause BTC to get to where I've talked about.
Would you say it was 3-to-1? I can't remember what.
So that means that it would get somewhere between $50,000 to $30,000. I personally think that they're going to drop it to 30, because most people who mine Bitcoin, their cost base is at 50,000. And so if they can drop, now I personally know a guy who has a huge mining system, and his cost to mine Bitcoin, it's 15,000. So that's not everybody. That's though the majority of people to actually mine BTC. So this is this area between 30,000, right? 30,000, 35,000, and potentially 50, or make it difficult where they can cause Bitcoin miners to stop, which would then allow the US government to step in, really create a need, because they can subsidize their Bitcoin mining and then create a surplus for themselves to put into where? The Bitcoin
strategic
reserve. Yeah, strategic reserve. So there's a lot of plays going on. That's almost you've got to look at it from a 3D, 2-step out, 3-step out potential moves. We remember many of our trades that we've talked about, the dollar, the 10-year, right? We talked about the S&P 500. This was all at the beginning on Technical Tuesdays at the beginning of the year as Trump was getting in office. Right? Remember, I was saying, guys, look, I'm letting you know, BTC, I hope that it goes up. My heart is that I hope that it goes up, but most likely we're going to see it come down first. And so with these type of movements, we should see some really big moves happening. Okay. And again, it's going to cause a lot of pain, but I'll put it like this. 80% of Americans do not own stock out individually. They may have it in their 401ks, but it's not a real asset to them because my generation and below doesn't really have, when I say I'm 45 years old, about to, October, I'm 46. And this idea is that majority of my generation don't own stocks, right? They want to buy a house, or they may have bought a house or whatever, right? But their kids can't go out and actually enjoy it. The kids, the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds don't own stock, right? If they do, they own crypto.
Right.
And so it's important to understand the metrics that Trump is playing here and to look at it from, okay, in 3 to 5 years, if he can actually make this happen, we should see these things. And so that's why we talked about the 10-year, right? The 10-year yield, right? We talked about it going down. Remember, it was all the way up here in November. And I said, guys, expect it to come down. Remember, we had this area here was our first junction, right? We came down, we hit it, boom, boom. And then the second one was right here. We're breaking. We talked about this on Technical Tuesday this week, that once we break this 10-year yield right here, the next place is that 380. We talked about that as a significant point because this is where it gives the business owners, right, the ability to do what? Get money for cheap as an
They don't have to go to Japan to carry trade it. They can get it here.
Exactly. And the reality is we know that Japan wants to raise their rates. They need to raise their rates to actually get their economy back up and strong again. So as it starts to progress, what we're seeing in the economy, you need to understand, like, look at it from a perspective of of the ocean, how the ocean comes back and forth, right? And so right now, what's happening is you have like a little earthquake that's actually happening, and it's shaking the ground. So we're almost having tsunamis coming up and crashing the old system the way or it's actually a new system that we've just lived with for so long that's become old. But when we look at, let's say, the last, 3,500 years, and we're talking about the economic theory and how things actually work and the rise and falls of nations, we're trying to get back on where we're in good, stable ground as a nation. And so this is what Trump is talking about, tariffs, things like that. So it's just some of the things that are actually happening that we're seeing. And so I expect, and we'll just do this real quick. S&P 500, I expect to see it potentially get down to, this is the November, where is it at? Here we are, the November of 2022. That's that 3,023 or 3,600. And potentially, if this thing, it could be a flash crash. But again, the majority of Americans are not in the stock market. Okay, so you're not going to necessarily be hurt. Right? And this is most likely going to just happen, boom, and then we're going to see a recovery. And then from there, again, and I said he's got 6 months to a year, right? He's literally got 6 months to a year to do this, to get those jobs back in. Second thing, we should expect to see the 10-year yield, right, get down to, like I've said, two areas, the 2.6 area, and then the or the 3.8 area. Okay. Then in additionally to that, I expect to see the bonds get up to, where's my 10-year bond? 10-year bond. Look, we play perfectly. Remember, we talked about this area being a strong support. We talked about this back here. This was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. As it was coming, I said this area should be, or it was about 2 years ago, this area should be an area of support. And then once we started seeing stuff like this, I said the next area we could potentially see is come back to the 141 area on your bonds. Okay, the next thing, and these are the plays that I'm looking at. This is not financial advice, but when it comes down to the dollar, I'm looking for the dollar personally to get down all the way to about 100 to 99 cents or $99. This is the area. Again, this is the area in which kind of unstabilizes the ability for the majority of the world to really manipulate their dollar, right? If the US dollar, and people are going to want to do business with America because we invest into other countries that are our friends. We've done this forever.
True. That's true.
And we always do it. And people know that. So you're going to want to do friends with the smart, evil bully versus, but the one that believes in human rights. So if you say uncle, they let go, versus if you say uncle to a couple of these other big, large nations, they will be like, no, it's time to crack a bone and then put you under. So I know this sounds weird, but this is literally what we've just read history. Just go through and read economic history. So I expect to see you the Dixie get down to the 100 to 99. We should see crude oil again. I'm seeing the push up here at this level. I expect us to get down to the 54 or 54 to the 48 area here. We're having a pullback, but I've talked about how we're seeing a decrease in volume. Really important, this decrease in volume, even though we're going up here. So this is a pullback to come back down. So don't get too caught off there. And we got in on this trade at the beginning here in January. So a nice little pullback. We talked about gold. Again, all of this turmoil would, remember all this turmoil back here in, when was it? November, December. So in December and January, I said, we expect to see gold get to where? This is when it was at 2,700. I said, my prediction is 3,300 in gold. This is all stuff you can check in our Technical Tuesdays.
It's true, ladies and gentlemen.
And you guys are like, Pedro, why are you going over us? Because this is stuff where we're talking major macro movement. And these are literally, you could see these in the charts. The charts will tell you, because you're seeing buyers and sellers stepping in based off of wicks. Okay, next, let's check out BTC in relationship to that. Well, one, I want to talk this because I think this is a steal of a deal. When it comes down to, where are you at? Tesla, boom. Personally, I am looking for Tesla stock to, it skyrocketed. Dang it. Like, dang it. Which is interesting because you would expect this to drop because of what happened with Tesla. I need to go check out the futures. What's the Tesla futures? Futures. Nah, okay, we'll leave it. All right, so I expect to see this one get down, hopefully to the 158. Either way, I think Tesla is a great stock to buy personally for myself because of the long-term effects that they're building and that they're doing. What they're doing when it comes to neuromesh, when it comes to the actual Tesla, and more importantly, what I think they're doing with AI in relationship to their robot and what they're actually setting up. So we have a lot of stuff that I think from a macro standpoint, and what I'm looking at as the charts are telling me, you can see. You see buyer wicks, people are buying. Seller wicks, shocking that it went up. So we're going to see what happens tomorrow, because this closed, and this is when this NASI was all the way up. So I bet you it's probably down here as well for NASI. So tomorrow we'll see most likely Tesla open up around that 223 area, which is there. You know they're going to say horrible things. It dropped. It's going to say 286. And it's going to drop most likely down to that 290, which is going to be what? Boom, 28, like almost 20% or 15% drop of Tesla here. So that will be something they'll be like, oh my goodness. So again, these are these little plays that I'm looking at. Again, let's talk about BTC. BTC did exactly what we thought it was going to do. Again, ad nauseum, I've talked about this, but that's in a nutshell. So I don't want people to freak out about the market going crazy. This is stuff that we've talked about. It's not, I don't say that word hard, but it's not, we know that we're buying and we're holding for the long term. right? Many of us. And so when you see these prices go on discount, and I'm giving you guys the price areas that I'm looking to buy personally. So like, like it's not like I'm telling you things that I'm not doing. Now, whatever you want to do, you can do. Again, not financial advice, but I'm telling you, I've been in this game for a minute, and I've seen them come, I've seen it go, and I've gone up, I've gone down. But you know what? I've weathered the storms of 2 decades of trading, and I'm saying, hey, this coming down here is a good thing. So don't stress about it. All right, that's in a nutshell. Sorry about that, guys. I know I just went on a completely rant, but
No, it's all very good, Pedro. I mean, like I said earlier, the smallest glimmer of good news that this strategy is working, and that all of this investment is not smoke and mirrors. That people do come in and build factories.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, I ran ran this very small factory. I mean, it was heavy industry. It was metalworking, it was painting, it was automotive related, and we would get small contracts. Like I said, we didn't have these massive defense contracts. We just had small contracts that we just kind of lived from one to the next, and we had a massive impact on the supplier network around our area in Chicago that just supplied all the basics a manufacturing company needs, like bolts, screws, sandpaper, the basic consumable stuff. Never mind all the other little fabrication shops that we used to do other things. Like I remember, it was I don't want to say the name of the company. They may not be in business anymore, but a small little fab shop just said, "Hey, if any one of your employees can recommend someone, we're hiring." And the guy said, we're not going to pick anybody from you, steal any of your employees. We're hiring because you're giving us so much business, we can afford another employee. And for me, it was just a small little, send it to that guy because they were building hinges for us for our doors. And so they needed another fabricator. Just one procured part.
A couple jobs, because you don't realize not just him, but other people.
Right. So they hired a new guy because we were busy. We were just one little company. At the biggest we were was 125 people, and we averaged around 70 for a couple of years. And the paint suppliers. I mean, painting is a huge business, and you have basically DuPont and PPG and one other guy to pick from. But all the little suppliers that supply that stuff supply all the consumables that you use. And when you paint cars, you use a massive amount of crap. Just the filters for your paint booth. I mean, those guys were, all of a sudden, people were knocking on our door every day trying to sell us stuff because we were a manufacturing company buying stuff and investing so much money. I mean, we put $16 million through the local economy there. And
Easily.
Yeah.
Because you forget.
No, I mean, I put $16 million through.
No, yeah, I know. What I'm saying is you put it, but then what you actually created was probably, you said 16 million. So you probably created about 160 mil, probably, because your type of business actually does more because you're government procurement, right? And so that sets things up a little bit different. So this is why like Biden was creating government jobs, because a government job is a much higher paying entity. But the problem is you're not creating a real job. You're actually adding to the debt.
Right. There's no plus. Yeah. There's no stimulus to the economy there.
Yeah, there is none
except in the
until you were selling it, but
except in the housing market, because people can afford a bigger house because they got a cush government job. And now hopefully we see housing prices come down with all these people losing their jobs. There'll be a fire sale in Virginia outside Washington, D.C.
Yeah, it's actually what's happening. Actually, yeah. So it is one of those things that are happening. I know multiple families that are looking to leave DC area, and there's going to be a lot of things like this. In addition to that, they're going to start adding new supply too. And we're going to see a lot of, and I haven't talked about this much, but we're going to see a lot of turmoil that's going to happen in banks right now. One, because SWIFT system is kind of it's being changed, right? And it's going more to blockchain, and certain fees that many banks were making off of transferring of money isn't going to be there. But that's going to go into banks, but that money is going to be held by the actual people transferring it. So allowing them to put money into the economy, having new employees. So it's just simply going to change. So there's that aspect. In addition to that, MBS is one of the primary reasons we've actually seen, again, now this is Pedroism. I don't know. We don't know the full details of this, but I'm almost 100% positive of this, that there are still many asset-backed asset MBSs, mortgage-backed securities that we saw back in 2008, right? But they've just changed to CLOs, collateralized loan obligate CLOs, or I forget all the acronyms. But basically, we changed the name, right, to get out of the regulatory effect of the U.S. government by changing the name, but it was still pretty much the same thing. And then we also brought a few more other loan obligations entities to structure the actual MBS, mortgage-backed securities. So it's really important to understand that as there is these are leveraged by banks by hundreds of thousands of a percent. So when, let's say, a drop in a local area goes down, this MBS goes down like 100,000%. When it goes up, an uptick in price, then we see these MBSs go up and they're able to sell. A lot of those have been sold to a lot of other banks and around the world, but really kept it here in America. So we're going to see a lot of banks, if America is allowed to create new housing, you're going to see a lot of banks, because they've created these leveraged products, that's going to mess it up. So we're going to see some of this stuff happen. And if you want to really learn about that, go check out George Gammon on Rebel. Just type in George Gammon Rebel.
Jesus is in the house. Psychiatrist Pedro today. That's from a few minutes ago when you're talking about the mentality of them. Rebel. Right mentality to have. Welcome, Jesus. Thanks for joining us, the Lord and Savior.
From Rebel Capital. From Rebel Cap. He talks about this. Again, there's a lot of areas that he really doesn't know. He's a good investor, and he'll even tell you. But you're going, he is Rebel Capitalist is what it's called. Yeah, George Gammon, Rebel Capitalist. Go check him out. He's on YouTube. And another guy I like looking, I literally watch probably about 15 different shows on economics, what's actually happening from macro to micro, also looking at just from crypto and how it all works. But the biggest point that I want to add is this, is that as we start to see a deleveraging here, because I needed to make money based off of these leveraged housing products, that it's literally going to cause a certain things. Now, we know who's one of the largest owners of houses in America. Anybody know?
Who is one of the largest owners of houses in America? The banks?
Not just that, but BlackRock in particular, not just giving out houses, but they're actually property managers. And one of the primary reasons why they were doing that is because of these leveraged products that they bought. And so they knew that they could keep these leveraged products at a certain price as long as they were buying the supply in the economy, right? Because even though this one they buy a house for $100,000 or $300,000 or $500,000, the leveraged product that they would actually make was, I mean, we're talking, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, $10 million off of that $500,000 easily. And I'm talking like 10,000% up and down, or like we'll say 100x or a 10x leverage of going up and down based off of pricing in certain areas or around the world. It's based on where you want to set these up, because there's side bets that are actually created based off of what's actually happening in the housing economy. And so I'm talking so much, man.
You're on a roll.
Too much, bro.
You're feeding the algorithm with lots of good stuff here. I'm just like, wasn't the normal side tangent or anything like that? Oh shit, I'm out of order.
Yeah, we're not even. I'm like,
I'm like, this is all good stuff.
yeah. So this is really important to pay attention to what's actually happening. If you look at my screen here, one of the things you want to pay attention to most is private sector jobs here increasing. We talked about this, remember at the beginning of the year with Biden and all of last year, right? I said these jobs are fake. They're not real. They're lying about the jobs, right? And at the end of the year, his last, literally, they gave up the ghost and said, what was it? I think they only did like 10,000 jobs, right, that they created. Right. And up to 2 months prior, it was 150,000 jobs they created. They created another. Yet when we looked at the actual population and the job creation, it didn't even equate. So how did that even work? So it was, anyways, and I understand the nuances. Like, you're not going to have everything. But do you remember when I talked about these are fake numbers, and sooner or later we're going to see what? We're going to see them come out and do revisions. And the revisions were being done out for 6 months, almost a year out, once Biden really kind of got up in November of 2022, right? And so this is where we were talking about the market at large going, these are fake, these are not correct. And sooner or later, there's going to be a real reckoning. And so this is why I was talking about these small little things. So as real jobs get into the U.S. economy, we're going to see this go up. Most importantly, we should be seeing this go up. This ain't going to happen overnight. This will probably take about, like I said, and I'm assuming, but I would say 6 months to about 18 months. Because you got to build these manufacturing jobs. Right now, they're just, man, I suck at this.
All right, I'm taking your screen down here so we can wind this up.
Yeah, thank you. So in a nutshell, that's where we're sitting. Expect some fun stuff to happen, but in a short term here, it's going to be rocky. It's going to be real rocky, and don't get freaked out. Just keep at your job, keep working. Pay attention to what's happening in the news cycle, and don't feed into the far right and the far left. You should read both. Read the far left, read the far right. We read the central left and the central right, and a few other publications that are not even really in with what they're even saying, kind of like left field stuff. And this will help keep you grounded, because you'll see the parallels and you'll see the crazy lambast side of things, and you'll be like, oh, that's crazy. That's yeah, it's probably the truth right here. And so, and then keep coming back, because I'm going to keep kicking off good information to you guys, hopefully, if I'm still here, meaning, God willing, I stay alive.
Hey, Joe, how long do you think we were on the air today? 4 hours and 48 minutes.
Oh, wow, that's some time. That's a time and a half, bro. There we go.
We could have got all of our Rumble Premium broadcasting done in one day here.
One day here. Well, but the thing is, we have nobody in Rumble Premium, so it's like, what are we gonna? Like, it's kind of.
I think they know when you're young, when your channel is young and new, that it just adds. They want to be able to say there are so many hours per month being broadcast to premium members, so you might as well sign up for it. And so I'm guessing that's what it is.
Hopefully they're cool with it. If not, I mean, I love our people here, so I don't feel right having to charge them. Anyways, thanks guys for coming in today. I know we had a really long time here, but it was fun. It was fun.
It was a long show today, ladies and gentlemen. Look out for another Swamp Creatures episode launching tomorrow. I don't know what time it will be. It'll probably be in the morning. Pedro and I will be on the air tomorrow at the same time, but not Friday. I will be driving to Florida, so I won't be here. Maybe I can participate. I'll be by myself this time. Maybe I'll be able to participate in Full Rant Friday in the car. But other than that, for those of you that tuned in at the end here, thank you very much to our Rumble crowd. I really appreciate the eyeballs putting on our stream there. It was a very interesting day, that's for sure, especially with the market moving like crazy once Mr. Trump started speaking. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all I got for you today. This man's Pedro Garcia, the crypto chart analyst. My name is Tom, otherwise known as Striking. So glad to have hosted another show. We will see you tomorrow. Do, 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 do.